If we had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right, Cooker Chat, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate your presence. Thank you for your patience. We have a lot to get into. My goodness gracious, it never stops. But Cookie Crush Cat is undefeated on the top. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. We have quite a bit to get to during this live stream. I'm going to take my time. I was planning on premiering the next segment of the documentary for members. It's done. At least the rough draft is done. I was going to premiere the next segment of the documentary for members. I wanted to do it last Thursday. I want to apologize. Had some things come up. And I'm waiting on a document, if I can say it that way. It's actually a book from Dr. Joanna Kunjufu. It should get here in the mail today because there's some stuff that I need to look into before. Well, it doesn't matter because it's a rough draft. But the point is, I want to have that and verify some stuff. But I do plan on having premiering that tomorrow. Okay, it's just today. I know we got a lot to get into. There's no way we're going to be able to get through everything. So I want to apologize to members because I was supposed to do that last Thursday, but it's done. We will do it tomorrow. Okay, we may even do a live stream right before that for everyone, and then do the live stream for members only. So thank you, everyone who's a member. Thank you guys so much. Also, thanks everyone. Happy New Year if this is your first time being back here on the channel here in 2026. I expect a decent audience today because of what has taken place recently with Umar. He rarely updates people on the status of these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, which he acquired in February of 2019. He tells people that he updates his donors, and that's the poll question. And I know that that's not true because there's people inside the chat room who are donors or who were donors, and they've never been updated by Umar. In fact, there's a group of donors spearheaded by Sister Mary Ann Laurent. They filed a class action suit against Umar dealing with this donation money. Okay. So the poll question is, does Umar Johnson update his donors? We already have 650 votes. 6% said yes. 94% said no. The answer is no. All right. Umar does not update anyone. The last time he gave an update on how much money he raised was in 2020, and he said $850,000. Keep that in mind, because I got some things I want to show you all. I have some receipts. I want to have this other video available for today, but I'm going to play that tomorrow. Maybe that's what we get into tomorrow, specifically tomorrow. But I do have a document that I want to pull up to show you what I'll be discussing in that particular video, dealing with the donation money and the finances, dealing with FDMG. Again, Umar purchased these trap banners in February of 2019. It's about to be 7 years. 7 years in, let's see, it's going to be in about 3 weeks. It'll be about 7 years. And not one black child has been educated. He still continues to collect donation money. I have to real quick, I have to issue a retraction. I thought that Umar told when he was on It's Up There podcast, I thought that he was on there in 2025 where he said that he hasn't raised $1 million. Further research shows that it was I want to say November, I think I was saying April of 2025, but it was actually a few months before that, quite a few months before that. And it goes back to, I believe it's April of 2024. No, that's not right. I got it backwards. I'll make all this clear. But I want to issue a retraction. It wasn't in 2025. It was in 2024. I believe I think I said April of 2025, but it's actually this November of 2024. Okay, so it's a few months. So I want to say that I issue that retraction. Another retraction I want to issue because I'm always fair, and whenever I make mistakes, I always come back on here and correct those mistakes because I'd like to deal in facts. And if I'm not dealing with facts, I'll say that I'm speculating. Everything that I talk about, if I don't say this is a theory or I think or I'm speculating, you can take it as a bona fide fact because I have receipts to back up everything that I say. I also had said, I think it was last week, someone corrected me and they sent me an email. Thank you to that person. I can't remember their name. They told me that in Wilmington, Delaware, the stormwater bill is included in your bill for the water bill with the water company. I thought it was two separate bills. I stand corrected. I apologize. I want to issue that retraction. Those things being said, many people think that this FDMG school scam is recent. Some people think that it's 2019 when Umar acquired his abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. We'll be doing a marathon on that day for the 7-year anniversary. No. Some people think it's 2020. No. Some people think it's 2014 when Umar started raising money for the St. Paul's School, College. No. I used to believe, and I was the first one to share this particular receipt, that it was in 2010. This is Umar from his Facebook page, Umar Abdullah Johnson, January 6th of 2010. This is 16 years old, family. 16 years old. Umar, he wrote promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening, September 11th, 2013. This school was supposed to open over 12 years ago. And then he concludes with, this is chess, not checkers. All right. So this is not when this starts, though. This actually goes back to 2004. That's when Umar conceptualizes FDMG. I have that inside of the document. I'm working on a full-length documentary. It's going to probably be closer to 12 hours long, covering Umar's entire life and part of his father's life, too. This has been going on for such a long time. And so people they emailed me because they said that Umar made a big announcement that the renovations were complete. Listen, I've been reporting on Umar and investigating Umar and researching Umar for many years now, many years. This is nothing more than wash and repeat. That's nothing new. I can pull up a video right now back in 2023 where Umar states that renovations were complete. And then I can pull up a video from 2024 where he's renovating still, and 2025 where he's renovating still. In fact, we'll do that during this live stream. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that before we get into this. That this is nothing more than manipulative tactics that Umar, he's employed these over and over again. He's a master manipulator. He's the great deceiver of our time, and my receipts show that and prove that to be the case. Again, I stand corrected. It's not in 2025 where he said that he hadn't raised $1 million. It was this November of 2024 where he stated on the Up There podcast, shout out to Big Loon, I think that's his name, that he hadn't raised $1 million. He's way over $1 million. He's a con man. Most of the money that he's collected, he's spent on himself. Let me just give you guys a little tidbit first, and then we're going to get into this. Well, I'll do super test, and we're going to get to the main video for today. Shout out to everyone in Cook Rochelle. Thank you guys so much for tuning on. I appreciate y'all. Let's take a look at this. This right here, all of this is backed up. I can back up everything in here with receipts, whether that is Umar Johnson's IRS filings, which you can find online for his nonprofit status, or Umar Johnson's own words over these many, many years. Again, he stated in 2010 that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. It's been a very long time. He's been at this for a very long time. And he was collecting money for FDMG related events and such back in 2010. I have receipts for that too, right? Aftercare program, summer camp program, and this type of thing. He's been at this for a very long time. But these receipts right here, we're going to specifically focus on 2019. I'm just going to read through this. We're going to come back to this later. 2019, this is when he acquired these abandoned buildings. The online records show $400,000. We'll get into that video tomorrow because I'll have that all completed with all this updated information. But Umar states in a video, and I'll show it tomorrow, okay, it's all factual, that it was around $700,000. First, he said it was $700,000. Then he said it was around $700,000. Well, around $700,000. That could be $710,000. That could be $720,000. There's ambiguity there because Umar never updates people on these types of things, and there's no transparency. Furthermore, if it's around $700,000, it could also be $690,000. I'm always fair. It could be $680,000. I guess you can say it could be $675,000. But we're going to go with the figure just to be fair. We're going to go split down the middle because it can go either way. We're going to go with $700,000 as the purchase price in 2019. Again, I will show this video tomorrow. But and I'm not going to read all this. So I'm going to come back to this later in this live stream. But if you go all the way down and you calculate, you begin to calculate based upon Umar's own words and video, and then his IRS filings. Look at the bottom down there for this is the minimal amount of money that has been raised at the bottom. $1,923,499 at the end of 2024. $1,923,499, and I can back all of this up with receipts, and I'm going to do that in the video that I'll drop tomorrow. It's a revised version with more accurate figures based upon what Umar says. Never take anything he says at face value, but we're going to go in the new updated figures. We're going to get up to $1,923,499 at the end of 2024. And yet in November of 2024, Umar is telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. Where's the rest of his money go? He's a con man. Wait for tomorrow. I'll drop the video, the receipt tomorrow for everyone. Do a live stream, and that's what we're going to specifically cover. All right, unless he goes live. Okay. One other thing I want to mention about this, and this is really it's troubling in and of itself because he's really he's done black people dirty over these many years with this FDMG school scam. But I want to mention something else, and that is to say, if you look at the top figure, that's $700,000, the acquisition price that Umar Johnson says it's around that amount. Online record says $400,000, but we're going to go with $700,000 from now on because that's what he says. He never provided any receipts on any of this, except for the IRS filings. But you have to go and find that online. He's never done a presentation to update his donors about how much money he collected in 2019, no, specifically, he hasn't done to specifically address that. He's thrown figures out there over the years, but he hasn't specifically addressed how much money he has raised to his donors. And to be fair with Umar, in 2020, he did say that he had raised $850,000. In 2019, it was around $750,000. So we can say from 2021 To present, Umar has not updated, done a video to update people on how much money, based upon my research, how much money he has raised. But the point is that he's telling people in 2024 that he has not raised $1 million, and yet factually, on God, I can say that Umar has raised a bare minimum of $1,923,499. One of the troubling aspects of this is that this does not include all of the money that Umar Johnson raised in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Furthermore, it doesn't include all the money that Umar Johnson raised going all the way back to 2009 for different FDMG-related ventures. On God. Real talk. So it's very troubling. Most of the money that Umar Johnson has raised, he's spent on himself, and the scam continues. Okay. So tomorrow, and I'm going to bring this back up a little bit later on, but tomorrow we are going, I'm going to drop a video specifically dealing with this particular topic. And what we'll do is we'll live stream that because it shouldn't take too long. And then after that, for members only, I'll drop the next segment of the documentary. It's a rough draft. It's over 40 minutes long. Okay. All right. And I'll do an introduction. We'll watch it. And then afterwards, we'll chit chat. For members only, we'll actually chit chat inside chat room. Any questions or any comments that you guys may have, we'll get into that. Okay. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. We got quite a bit to get into. We already got 1,200 people here today. Thanks to everyone for tuning on in, and shout out to everyone inside the Cooper chat. Thanks to the mods too for handling business. I appreciate you all. All right, let me do some super chats, and then we're gonna get to the main video for today. Deuces 6667 has become a new member. Thank you so much. I have hundreds of videos dealing with Umar Johnson for members only, and then of course I've been premiering rough drafts of the documentary. This next segment, again, like I said, is 40 minutes long. Altogether, it's got to be close to 2 hours already, maybe 2.5 hours, something like. Could be 3 hours by now. And we are through. Umar, he was born in 1974. We're up into 2010. So we still got another 16 years to go. All right, day by day. I've been working hard. I've been working so hard. Thank you guys so much. And thanks to the members too for all your support, because your support as members, that's what's allowed me to be able to not only work on the documentary, but also to stay focused on it enough to keep it going, because it's a mega project. Okay. Thanks, Deuces 6667. Daxter says, what the hell did Jermaine, a.k.a. Umar do now? Now, what people have, and I have the video downloaded. I haven't watched it yet. The people said that Umar gave an update on FDMG. There's another video where he's talking about something else too. I have that one too. We may get into that one today. But I want to mention, well, I'll mention it when I actually pull the video up. Thank you, Daxter, for the super chat. Black Wolf says, hey, here my Huggies money. Here's my Huggies money. Next time I'll make it $5.75. What's up, Lenon? What's up, Black Wolf? Yeah, the video that I played to start this live stream, it's something. It will live in infamy, because there's a woman who sent Umar, I think it was $20. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think it was $20. Her name was Sister Avanti. And see, everything with Umar is about money. It's not about opening up a school, because it doesn't take you. He conceptualized this in 2004. We're in 2026. It doesn't take you 22 years to get something started. Again, just based on the money that we see here, this is more than enough to get something started by now. And again, we're not counting donations that Umar raised in 2025. We're not counting donations that Umar Johnson raised in 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. You guys understand what I'm saying? So it's all about money for Umar. It's not about producing what he says that he's going to do. In fact, there's hundreds of things that Umar Johnson has stated that he was going to do that he never actually did. And there's projects that he collected money for that he never completed, including a documentary that was supposed to premiere in fall of 2014 that still does not exist, but he was collecting money for. He was collecting money for a Rules of Romance book. He was collecting pre-orders back in 2020. It still doesn't exist. He's a comment. It's always about the money. As soon as people realize that, and then you start to, if you do enough research, you realize very quickly that Umar's main concern is money. The other thing is the sexual exploitation of Black women, what he calls cookies, crushing cookies. That's another one of his concerns. And then turning the heat down, as we so affectionately say. Those are his three main vices. And the truth of the matter is that here we are. The school is supposed to open up September 11, 2013. We're now January 19th of 2026, and there is no school. They're abandoned buildings. And Umar continues to lie. He continues to lie about grand opening dates. I have a whole video where it just talks about the different grand opening dates. I think there was like 23 different grand opening dates based upon my research. There's more, but based upon my research, bare minimum 23 different grand opening dates. If someone wants me to play it later, remind me. I'll pull it up and I'll play it for you. That's crazy. Going all the way back to 2010 when he said the school's going to open 2013. In some years, he's given 2, 3, and potentially 4, if memory serves me correctly. There was one year where he gave 4 different grand opening dates. Still hasn't happened. He's had all kinds of things that he said was going to take place. But the point is that no one can tell me that anyone who's serious about opening up something or doing something that they said they were going to do and then collect this amount of money wouldn't be able to get something started. You know, just lease a building, office space, $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $6,000 a month, and start there. See? But it wasn't about opening up a school. It's still not about opening up a school. Umar continues to lie to his donors and lie to his audience about this because he's a con man. He's a scammer. Real talk. Okay. So Sister Vonti sends Umar $20 and he gets to running off the mouth and tells her, I know you barely had that. Next time, make it 40. Whatever he said. She sent him 10 and he says 20. Here you go. Let me get it right.
Yes, donate to the school. $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 90.
Yeah, these buildings look worse now than they did back then.
9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington. We would rather have two. Selling hot dogs. We didn't have. That's what we're busy. $ FDMG school. Thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you for that 10.
All right, so it was 10. Well, just watch this. The arrogance of this guy, the sense of entitlement, that's the narcissism.
Thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right, so I just want to make that point. It was never about opening up a school or doing what he says he's going to do. 99.9%, based on my research, 99.9% of the stuff that Umar says he's going to do, he doesn't do for the people, besides running his mouth. Right? Thank you, Black Wolf. For Umar, it's always been about the money. Brock, this is from earlier. Broccoli Boom, I said he didn't update me, so I'm going to assume that you were a donor. And if you were a donor and you're in the chat room, did Umar ever update you on anything? Did he ever send you a receipt for your donation so that you can write it off on taxes? Because he got tax exempt status in 2020. He also had it in 2015, 16, and 17, but it was revoked because he didn't file proper paperwork with the IRS, didn't tell them how much money he was raising back then. That's what I'm saying. The money that I'm showing right here, this is we're not including all that donation money here. Look at this figure again. I'll drop the video tomorrow. $1,923,499. Has Umar updated you guys and told you all that at bare minimum he's collected $1,923,499? Did he ever update you on how much more money he needs, how much money he spent in an itemized list on what he spent the money on? No, most of the money he spent on himself. All right. T.D. Vedder, how's it going? Said moved to a new place today and painted it. You painted it lemon lick. Oh my God. No, I don't believe the second part. I believe you. I believe on the first part. You did not play the lemon lick. That's a joke from Umar when he was talking about painting. Anyway, that was in 2025 too. He was still renovating, right? All right, we're gonna get into that a little bit later on. Thanks, T.D. Vedder, and congratulations on the move. All right. Okay, user two, and thanks for a donation. The super chat, I should say. User 225 says Umar updates his donors in the same way that Microsoft updates Windows 95. It doesn't update Windows 95 anymore. Well, that's long gone. Okay, that's a good one though. Thank you, user 225. All right. The musical web says I still plan to do a tutorial on your FDMG is coming song. My birthday is tomorrow. Okay, happy birthday to you. The musical web. So let's sing a happy birthday to the musical web as we always do for people when it's their birthday. Okay, so happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, the musical web. Happy birthday to that was a little flat. You. All right. All right. Thank you so much to the musical web for the super chat. I appreciate it. A lady says, has Umar Johnson ever apologized for missing opening dates? That's a good question. A sincere apology, no. He's given a lot of excuses, though. That's what mainly Umar, he always blames other people. He never holds himself accountable. That's part of the narcissism, too. He never holds himself accountable for anything. And I'll take that back 99.9% of the time. There was one time more recently in 2025, towards the beginning of 2025, where he admitted that his daughter's situation was his fault, and you know, the whole situation that took place, it was his fault. But then he ends the live right after he does that. I think he told the truth. It was kind of phrased in a way that it was an apology. No, it wasn't so much an apology. It was more of an admission of guilt, if you will. You know, like telling the truth in that moment. But he couldn't stay on his live stream anymore. He didn't mean to say it. I don't think he meant to say it. I think that was one of the very few times, you know, that I've seen Umar actually tell the truth about something that was really significant, and he couldn't even face the truth. He actually ended the live right after he did that. You guys remember that. But in terms of apologizing for missing opening dates, now, I haven't seen a sincere apology. What I've seen is just excuse making, either excuse making or blaming other people, which is another form of excuse making. That's what I've seen over these many, many years. Okay. Thanks, a lady, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Perfect Pitch says, this is off subject, but I just bought a course to get into IT. As someone in the field, what is your advice to pass the test and going forward in the field? What I would recommend is certifications, obviously. And depending on what area of IT your focus is going to be, do the certifications, or so it could be one, but whatever certifications. And what you can do is there's tutorials online where they'll explain, like for instance, that you can do like a physical book, right? You can get them off of Amazon, but you can also do like podcasts, like MP3 style, where you can actually listen to it, you know, like an ebook type of thing. But then they also have a lot of great resources online. Like if you're studying for something specific, you can look that up, and they'll actually have someone who will run through the whole course with you, like the whole everything, and just put it on repeat. You know, listen to it over and over and over again. Make sure you study. But it depends on what specific area, because IT, it's like wide open, whatever specific area you want to focus on. And then the other thing is keep your head down. What I mean by that, not in a bad way, but you have to maintain focus, and day by day, plug away at it. And over time, you know, you'll see the results. You'll see the results. So congratulations on this perfect pitch. And I wish you much success. If you have any other questions, please be sure to ask. Okay. And thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I have a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology, and I actually went through that whole process while we were live streaming and stuff like that. And so that's why he's asking me about this. Okay, thank you, Perfect Pitch, again for the super chat. If you have any other questions, you can ask me or email me. You can always email me, and if I can, I'll reply. I get so many emails; I'm so behind on emails. Okay, thanks again for the super chat. How's it going? Beautiful Bernice is in the building. Has been a member for 56 months. That might be the record. Thank you, or close to the record. I hope everything's going well with you, sis. And she's someone who knew Umar Johnson a long time ago. And he was out there scamming in New York way back in the day. I can't remember which borough it was, but scamming back in the day, right? It was one of the first people that came onto the platform and talked about their experience with Umar, going back many years ago. So shout out to beautiful Bernice. Hope you're doing all right. Okay, a lady says, no interview asks, how do you support yourself? That's a good question. Umar will come up with something, I'm sure. He'd probably say, well, I'm a school psychologist, which he's not. Or he'll say, I'm my speaking engagement, but he doesn't really speak all that much. And oftentimes, especially over the last 4 or 5 years, Umar's doing these events for free, right? He'll even tell people whenever Umar would say it's free, like they're not charged anything. Understand, he's not getting paid. He's actually talked about that. Yeah, I actually have a video where he states that whenever he goes out of the country, they don't pay him anything to speak. Now, does he make money when he speaks? Yeah, but not like in his heyday. The point is that he would probably try to finagle that in there, but his schedule is minimal these days. But even still, if you go back last year, the year before that, a lot of times Umar, he's not even getting paid for that stuff. That's why he's struggling to this day, right? He's been homeless since 2019. That's a statement of fact. I can pull up the receipt and show it to you, right? He's been homeless since 2019. And he's been living with his mother since 2020 in Section 8 housing. Right. So there's a reason for that. So yeah, that's a great question. How do you support yourself? Well, the truth is that Umar has supported himself mainly based upon the money that he receives from donors for a school that does not exist. Okay. Thank you, lady, for the super chat. Enterprise Entertainment says, I watched this entire clip earlier. I wish you or one of these platforms would bring me back on so I can speak on these donors. This dude is a liar. Yeah, he's a liar. He's a pathological liar. Yeah. And there's people in the chat room that donated to Umar. And I haven't watched the video, but whatever he says, you guys, you'll know right away if you're a donor. Because someone said he was talking about how he updated, but he's been saying he updates the donors for years now. But we've had, including Marianne Lawrence, she said, no, he never updated me on anything. And she's the one spearheading the class action lawsuit against Umar for this donation money. Okay. And by the way, I have to say, it's way more. It's way more than this. This is the bare minimum, $1,923,499. This is the bare minimum that Umar Johnson has raised. I'll put this figure closer to $3 million at this point. You think Umar Johnson is reporting to the IRS exactly how much money he's raised each year? No, he's not. You think he's talking about, has he reported all the cash? No. Did he ever report all the money he raised in 2014? No. 15? No. 16? No. 17? No. 18? No. 19? No. He didn't start reporting how much money he raised until 2020. And in 2020, he said that he had cash in a non-interest bearing account over $500,000, and we would have to assume that that's money from 2019. So let me retract what I said before. Umar, did he report 2014? No. 2015? No. 2016? No. 2017? No. 2018? No. That's 5 years of collecting money. Did he do 2025? Not quite yet. We don't know quite yet. We'll find out. That's 6 years that's unaccounted for. That isn't included in this figure right here. Furthermore, Umar was raising money going all the way back to at least 2009. We're not counting all those years either. So this right here is the bare minimum. I'll put this figure closer to $3 million by now. In fact, I have Umar Johnson saying that he had raised $500,000. It's on the Breakfast Club. He raised $500,000 in a year and 3 months, starting in April of 2014. But he's telling people in 2024 he hasn't raised $1 million at the end of 2024. Anyway, thanks to Enterprise. SH Play says Lenon covers other scammers for paid members as well. Yeah, I have. I've covered a few over the years. I just don't have time to do as much as I would like. My schedule is really, really busy, and I wish I had more time. I really do. But I've covered other people too for members only. All right. Thank you for bringing that up too, SH Play. I appreciate that. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's true. Thank you for the super chat. Truck Talk says Umar probably touched 10. I think you're saying 10 million. Okay, Umar probably touched 10 million since 2010. Books, bookings, merch, donations, online and in hand. No house, no car, and mom on Section 8 is crazy work. I totally agree with this. I agree with the part where he says that for him to be on Section 8 at this time, living in Section 8 housing and doesn't have his own vehicle and living off of his mama, it is crazy work. He claims to be this great big-time school psychologist. He hasn't worked as a school psychologist since 2011. He's still lying to people about that. 15 years of lying about that, right? So Umar probably touched 10 million since 2010. So if you look at everything that he has done, whether that, let's say, when he lectures, I wouldn't put it at 10 million. No, I would probably put it closer to maybe 5 million. But who knows? He could have raised $5 million. It's actually possible since 2010. It's possible. It is. But I go based upon the receipts that I have. The 3 million figure is my best estimate based upon the trajectory in terms of donations that was raised. And I'll have a graph too in the documentary that shows you guys the trajectory of all of this stuff. It's amazing because in 2015, Umar stated on the Breakfast Club, he stated that he had raised $500,000, $500,000, and that would have been about a year and 3 months. Well, he's been at this now for almost 12 years. Yeah, so that's, I mean, I would say it's probably closer to 5 million, right? But who knows? Who knows? Okay, I know that the bare minimum that I can state right now factually is $1,923,499. And it's more than this. Like I said, we're not counting all the money he raised in 2025, 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. Right? Okay. Thank you, Truck Talk, for super chat. Appreciate it. Deshaun says, has become a member. Thank you so much for your membership. Sal, how's it going? Sal says, so what's the stupid update now? Umar Johnson finally admits that he's kin to Fleece Johnson. No, it's supposed to be about the FDMG. We're gonna see in just a moment. Yeah, Umar, he's related to Frederick Douglass. He's related to Harriet Tubman. He's related. I kid you not. I can pull back all this up. He's related to Pharaoh Ramses, and he's related to Booker T. Coleman. Excuse me, Booker T. Washington. Okay, none of that's true. His daddy took a DNA test and came back. They're not related to the Bailey whatsoever. They're not related to the Bailey line. Okay, the Frederick Douglass Bailey line. Anyway, thanks, Al. Good to see you. Judah says he needs money for a space heater to sleep in the gym. Well, I told people that winter's coming, so that's what's happened with Umar. Okay, he's not up there trying to pretend like he's doing stuff or that he's renovating anymore. Someone said he stated inside the video that he's no longer renovated. Renovations are complete. But I have a video from 2023 where he said the renovations were complete. So what's going on here? We'll get into that in just a moment. Okay. Thank you, Judah. Judah LaFox. And then Lewis Uck says, what about the vid where he was either in Chicago or Detroit and said he was looking at a school and the guy he was with said, ain't no school here. Yeah, that was in Detroit. It was in Michigan, I should say, Michigan. But we call it the Detroit school scam. And I have the video. Umar's up there. It's one of the most ridiculous, because he used to do that. Whatever city he would go to speak, he would say, I'm going to open up a school there. So people would come out to listen to him speak. People would get excited, and they would give him donations. A lot of times it was cash that they would give him at these events. You think he's reporting that cash to that? I mean, this guy could have raised close to $1 million in cash to his P.O. box and to people giving it to him at different events as he's spoken all around the country, all around the world over these, almost 12 years now, since 2014 at least, right? So yeah, that was one of the places that he had went to. There's Atlanta. He would go down to Atlanta, say he's looking for a school. I have him he was looking around at these abandoned school down there in Atlanta, all different places. This is what he would do. Chicago, but the one in Detroit was especially ridiculous because Black Anonymous did the research, and those buildings weren't even for sale in the first place. And Umar was talking about how they were owned by Black people, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But no, Black Anonymous did the research, and they weren't owned by Black people. Umar made that all up. That'd be in a documentary for sure. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Lewis Luck. Sakina, become a member. Thank you so much, Sakina. I appreciate your membership. Again, we'll be doing a members only live tomorrow to do the next segment of the documentary. Okay. So what's up, Sweetie Boy? Says, Uncle Leonard, me and my fiance set a date for the wedding. Congratulations. We would like to extend our invitation to you and your wife, and it would be our honor for you both to be there. And so you're saying September 26th of 2027. I sent an email to you, Unc, with the details. Okay, I will reply. That's a ways away, but the traveling and stuff, and with everything I'm doing, but I'll respond. Okay, and we can see what's possible. Congratulations to Smitty Boy. He set a date for his marriage to his fiance, so we want to support him on that and give him props for that, because that's a huge life accomplishment coming up here. So make sure we're gonna give a shout out, because we support positive relationships. Me and my wife, we used to have a show called Positive Relationships a long time ago. Okay, and I'll reply. Okay, I just got to get to the email. All right, and congratulations. Thank you for the super chat. And then we also have the Smart Barbie. Smart Barbie says he gets paid in validation from. Can you validate? Is it validation from these events? Yeah. The thing is that for Umar, even though he doesn't get paid like he used to. Now, again, I'm not saying that he doesn't get paid all the time, but he will say it that it's a free event. What that means is that they're either not paying him anything or he's getting paid very little, not enough to sustain himself. But the point is that Umar, he has other benefits when he when he goes to the different places, and one of the benefits of this is that they provide him with lodging, room and board. They'll provide him they'll provide him a hotel room. They'll provide him with food. He's been homeless since 2019, so that's a good deal. Think about it. When Umar begs people to find him venues, oftentimes he's just trying to find a place to stay. That's one of the benefits. There's room and board. I have the receipt. I might have to pull it today to show you guys. You know, they started the process. It was a tenant complaint, landlord tenant complaint back in 2019. He never resolved that. That's in the next segment of the documentary too, because you all see. He never resolved. They've been homeless since the end of 2019. And then you see him live streaming in motel rooms because he was just trying to find a place to stay. And then by the time you get towards the end of 2020, he's staying inside his mama's closet. And he's been there ever since. So for Umar, that's one of the benefits. Even if they're not paying him, at least they give him room and board. They give him a place to sleep. But then there's another dynamic to this, and this also gets to when he goes, they will give him donation money for a school that does not exist. And another benefit for Umar, at least if you want to call it a benefit, is that this puts him in a position to sexually exploit the women at these different events. Okay. All right. Thanks, Mark Barbie, for the super chat. Okay, let's get going here, everybody. Let's get going here. So I want to get into the video from yesterday, and I just want to preface this by saying that I did edit this, and what I mean by edited it was that the audio, there was a lot of reverb in it. So it's because the audio quality was pretty poor in this interview. He was down in Atlanta, and this just came online. Was this today? It came online today, but Umar had posted a snippet of it on his Instagram page. No. There's another one. There's another one that he posted a snippet of. That's where he was talking about Drewski, the Drewski skit. But this particular video, it came online today, and Umar is giving an update, allegedly, I haven't watched it yet, on these abandoned buildings. And there was a lot of reverb in there. The audio quality was pretty poor. So what I did was I kind of fixed that inside of Premiere Pro. Okay, I have something called Deverb. And I can kind of edit out some of that reverb so you can hear better. And then also the audio quality was really poor. It was really low as well, so you couldn't hear it all that well. So I raised the audio quality. But outside of that, I didn't change anything. I just want people to know that even in a documentary, I'm not going to be changed. I'll change the audio quality when needed. But for the most part in the documentary, I'm going to leave it as is because I want things to be as close to the original as possible because I don't want to misrepresent anything. As an example, a manipulative tactic, it could be to put, scary music behind something. Okay, that person may not even be talking about anything scary, but the music puts that ambiance and then people start to feel a certain way, and it's not an accurate representation of what's going on in the video. I don't do that. Okay. Another tactic is, there's people they can take a video or even an image and they can darken it. And keep darkening it to where it doesn't reflect the actual original, but what it does is it creates an ambiance about it, and the person starts to look more menacing, okay, because they darken. I know it sounds crazy, but this type of stuff happens. So whenever I do edit things, I have to make sure that I let people know that. And in this case, all I did was the audio, I raised the volume, and then I put in a filter to get some of the reverb out of it. Okay, that being said, in all fairness, I always got to be fair. Let's get into it. Here we go.
We saw this kind of rumored around and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say, obviously you raised millions for your school, and after some time, about a decade or so, the school hasn't been up. So
see, now it's interesting already. Umar he's nodding yes to this. Look at his body language. Watch this.
We saw this kind of rumored around and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say, obviously you raised.
Okay, and when he says critics, he's talking about me. Okay, you should have just said LenonHonor says it. And then Umar would have started shitting on himself. Let me stop. You should just say it. All right. Here we go.
We saw this kind of rumored around and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say.
And let me be clear about something, sir. It's not a rumor. Okay, I'm gonna drop the video tomorrow. Bare minimum. Look. Bare minimum, based upon online records with the IRS and Umar, his own words, bare minimum $1,923,499. We're not counting 2025. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. We're not counting any money raised going on back to 2009. It's a statement of fact. So get it right, sir. Let's go.
We saw this kind of rumored around and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say, obviously you raised millions for your school, and that.
Okay, and see how he's nodding to that? Interesting.
After some time, about a decade or so, the school hasn't been up. So they.
Okay, let's be clear. Umar stated in 2010 that the school is going to open September 11, 2013. So it's been longer than a decade. Okay, that's what I'm saying. People got to do your research. Now, Umar states that he didn't start raising money for FDMG until 2014. He received a donation in the form of land. That's a donation in 2012. 2012. So just if we want to start there, that's 14 years, not about a decade. Okay, get your research in order. This is for anyone who has Umar on your podcast. Do your due diligence. Get your research in order. Right? Let's go.
2026 update on FDMG Academy.
First,
and I'm glad that the person interviewing him is asking him for an update. A lot of these podcasters, they're cowards. They don't ask Umar for updates. Again, this guy's raised $1.9 million as a bare minimum with nothing to show for it because not one black child has been educated. And they want to ask him this basic question. What's an update? Or how much money have you raised? Or how much money have you spent? How much more money do you need? Why did you say that the school in 2010, why did you say the school was going to open September 11, 2013? And we're now in 2026 and the school's still not open. See? Anyway, I give this a young man a shout out for even asking the question. Let's go.
First of all, anything a critic.
Okay, I can already tell Umar's going to dance around the question and he's not going to answer the question. Okay, so let's go back because I want everyone to type the question in the chat room.
You know, we saw this kind of rumored around and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say, obviously, you raised millions for your school, and after some time, about a decade or so, the school hasn't been up. So they want to know what's the 2026 update on FDMG Academy.
First of all, anything.
Okay. So what is the 2026 update? Let's see if Umar, if he actually answers this, right? Because an update would be new information, right? New information dealing with FDMG. All right, here we go.
A critic says about FDMG, I would like to know where they get the information from.
Okay, well, here's information about FDMG right here. And so now let's go down this list, clown. And I'm going to drop this video, and it's going to be in video format tomorrow. That's what we're going to get into tomorrow. And then after that, we're going to get together with the members. And I will provide video evidence and the IRS filings to back all this up tomorrow. But let me just read through this, where this comes from. And this is just one thing right here. Okay. Again, when I say that Umar stated the school is going to open September 11, 2013, here's the receipt right here from January 6th of 2010. So we can say it's sourced from this is sourced from your Facebook page. When I say that Umar stated that the renovations were complete in 2023, I can state that that's sourced from a live stream that he did on his Instagram page, and I can pull it up and play it for you guys. When I say that Umar was evicted in 2019, I can pull up the receipt and show you the complaint that Umar, in 2019. Y'all want me to do it? I have his address redacted. Hit the one. Whether it is about Umar in his personal situation or Umar dealing with FDMG, I back up everything that I have, that I say with receipts, unless I'm speculating. Do you speculate? Y'all want me to pull it up? Hit the one. Now, this is in the next segment for the documentary. That's why I figured, okay, let's go here then. Where they get the information from. It's called research, homeboy. And you don't know nothing about that. I should just play it for you. There you go. This was filed. Oh, no, this is the wrong one. This is the one from 2010. I'm sorry about that. I want the one from 2019. And you know what? I'm just gonna play it for you. Let's just do it that way because I put the 2010 one. I wasn't even supposed to mention that one. I'm not being petty. I really didn't mean to do that. Here you go. Oh, this is the wrong one too. Here, but let me play this one for you all. This is from the documentary, the next segment, and I'll go pull up the other one.
December 15th.
I'll pull the one up from 2019.
December 15th, 2010. A landlord and tenant complaint was filed in the Philadelphia Municipal Court, 1st Judicial District of Pennsylvania. At that time, Umar Johnson owed $500.13 in rent. Additional fees, including court costs, made the total $833.13. As of the date of the hearing, Umar Johnson owed ongoing rent in the amount of $1,189. Umar Johnson was given a 3-day notice to pay rent or quit. The document reads as follows. Demand is hereby made upon for full payment of rent in the amount stated below for the premises located at the above address. Within 3 days after service on you of the notice, you are required to pay said rent in full or to deliver up possession of said premises to the undersigned. You are further notified that the landlord has elected to and hereby does declare the rental agreement or lease under which you hold the premises to be forfeited in the event that you fail to pay the rent in full as required herein. If you fail to pay all such rent, or to surrender up possession of the premises within 3 days after service on you for this notice, the landlord will institute legal proceedings against you to recover possession of said premises, to declare such rental agreement or lease forfeited, to recover treble rents and damages for unlawful detention of the premises, and to recover attorney's fees and court costs. Amount due $749.11. This balance includes a 10% late fee that was added to your account on November 6, 2010. Date of service, December 7th, 2010. Umar Johnson's monthly rent in 2010 was $1,149. The question becomes, how could Umar Johnson, a school psychologist working upwards of 80 hours a week, be in a position where he could not afford to pay $1,149 in rent each month? The answer is simple. By 2010, Umar Johnson was not consistently employed. He could no longer manage $1,149 in monthly rent, child support payments, and all other living expenses.
Okay, give me one moment here. What I need to do is, and I apologize because this isn't the one I wanted to share with you guys today. And I want to make sure that what I'm pulling up here doesn't show his old address. It doesn't matter, but just from a cybersecurity perspective, it's just how I am, and I'm the same way, even with Umar. Okay, I can show you guys this one. Okay, so let me pull these two receipts, and I apologize because I have a better versions of these, but I just had to redact this information from these older copies of it. So here's the one from 2019, and at some point I'll share with you guys the version that I actually have in the documentary. But this is just what I did just now. But this should suffice. Okay, so what I just showed was from 2010. Umar was able to resolve that, and he stayed at that particular apartment because he was there since at least 2010. So he was there from 2010 through the end of 2019. So roughly about a decade. This one right here, he didn't resolve though. So if you look right here, the date filed for this was September 10th, 2019. See, one of the things that had happened was that Umar, the amount of money that he spent to acquire these abandoned buildings was pretty much all that he had left over, in my opinion. Okay, because he even says that in one video in February 2019 that he didn't have any money left. He didn't have much money left. Okay, the point is that he was already in financial strains going all the way back to 2000, and actually before even 2010 when he got because I actually talk about this in the next segment of the documentary too. That he was struggling financially. Part of it was because he wasn't working consistently as a school psychologist for roughly 4 years, going into 2011. So it became, and then at that time he started to do more lectures and stuff like that. I covered that again inside the next segment of the documentary. The point is that Umar, he was struggling financially even back then. That's why he couldn't come up with I thought it was like a little over $1,000 a month in rent. And then he also had child support. He also started picking up tax liens too at a certain point, a little bit later on down the line. summary judgments on some other things too. We don't gotta get into all that right now. But the point is that financially he was really struggling. And so that by the time Umar, he has a windfall of money that comes in dealing with the FDMG school scam. He lives off of that money for many, many years. Whatever the amount is, and Umar says that it was around $700,000. Online records say $400,000. Whatever that amount was to acquire these abandoned buildings, Umar didn't have much money left over. In fact, that's why he couldn't start renovations right away. You would think that once you acquire these abandoned buildings with all the money he had raised up to that point, that he could have went right into renovations, but he doesn't start renovations, if memory serves me correctly, for about a little bit over a year later. But that's because he didn't have any money left over. So he had to kind of get more money, keep begging for money, and he got a gang of money that came in somewhere around $500,000 in 2019. That's why he has that listed on his IRS filing for 2020 as cash is sitting in a non-interest bearing account. That will be the money left over after he acquired these abandoned buildings, plus the amount of money that he raised in 2019. This makes sense to everyone. So the point that I want to make is that in 2019, when he acquires these abandoned buildings, it becomes very difficult for Umar because financially, so much money went into actually acquiring these abandoned buildings. He had been living off of the money since at least 2014. Right? And again, he says around $700,000. Online records say $400,000. It could be much less than that. Okay, who knows with this guy? Because there's no transparency. He's never given any receipt and shown any receipt to his donors, including his donors, on what was the actual purchase price of these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. So Umar is struggling in 2019, and this was filed on September 10th of 2019. He acquires abandoned buildings in February of 2019, and this is a landlord and tenant complaint. This is like where they start the process of eviction, like how I read inside of the other one from 2010. Well, it's the same thing here. It's just the figures are going to be a little bit different. Okay. In this case, the rent at this time summarized alleged amounts due. He couldn't come up with $2,919.53 in 2019, at the end of 2019. Late fees, $150. Okay, attorney's fees, $350. The subtotal was $3,419.53. Court costs, $121.75. Total $3,541. Why couldn't this guy come up with $3,541.28? By this time, he had raised $1 million. He had raised $1 million by this time. Why couldn't he come up with this money? I have him saying that he would have $1 million by the end of the summer. I believe that was in 2016 or 2017. Why couldn't he come up with this money? You can see over there on the left too, it says September 2019, the rent was $1,450. It's the same residence from before. It's just the rent has gone up over time. See, 9 years later, it's like $350 more a month. So he didn't pay September of 2019. He didn't pay August of 2019. He didn't pay July of 2019, or at least a part of the rent, only $19.53. There's attorney fees that's listed there too. So that's where I get my information from, Umar. I research, and anyone can find these documents too. You can find them for yourself. I apologize because I redacted just now. I have copies that I have in the documentary that I haven't redacted, and it looks nice. But I had to do it real quick because I pulled up the wrong one because I put inside the folder for today, this live stream, I put the wrong ones in there. So I apologize for that because I like stuff to look nice. Anyway, I promise in the documentary, when we get to 2019, these will look a lot better. Okay. The point is that when Umar says, where do you get this information from? Whether it is dealing with FDMG or dealing with what I say, because that's what he's really, the guy who's interviewed Umar, he says, so, well, LenonHonor said this. That's what he should have said. Right. I do research, and I'm good at it too. I'm good at research, and this is not a statement of arrogance. I know how to find information. Okay, I have a lot more information on Umar stuff that I don't even share. Okay, I just don't. There's some stuff is beyond the scope, right? I have information, but when I say something about Umar that they started the eviction process in 2010, I just played you a snippet because we're in 2010 inside the documentary where I cover that. And I show you the receipt. When I say that the same thing happened in 2019, I can show you that the difference is that in 2019, he didn't resolve it. He resolved it in 2010, but in 2019, he didn't resolve it, and he becomes homeless, and he's been homeless ever since. The video record shows that, the forensics of videos, because what you'll find is after this eviction process is completed towards the end of 2019, Umar no longer live streams inside of his apartment. He live streams in hotels and motels into 2020, through 2020, and then finally you see him living inside his mama closet. Real quick, how do I know that? That it was the same apartment from 2019? Well, from 2010. Well, let me show you. Let's go. And many of you guys, you're gonna know this in here because I've shown this so many times before. So this is from January, February, March, April, May 23rd of 2019. This was that apartment that he got evicted from towards the end of this same year, 2019.
For mail, send those resumes in. FDMG resume.
So the video forensics, if you look at the background, you'll see this for many years. In fact, going back to early Umar, when he first started live streaming, he would live stream in this room. Let me pull something up right quick where from my research, the first time or the first times we see Umar live streaming inside of this apartment. And this is the last time he had his own residence. I'm going to go with 2014, and I'm looking at my 2014 now folder right now. It may be 2015, but I'm going to go with 2014. Okay, it's not 2014 where he first starts. Let's go to 2015. I'm looking through the 2015 folder, and I don't see him in 2015, but I thought I remember him in 2015, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Let's go to 2016. I'm sure by 2016, he's live streaming inside of this apartment. And what I need to do is, hold on one second. It may be before, but I didn't have this enlarged, and I couldn't see as well as I would like. So let me scroll down here. Of course, he is in apartments. He is in hotel motels a lot in 2016, but that's because he was speaking a lot. I don't see anything in 2016 either. Let's go to, by the way, in 2016, Umar said that he had raised $1 million. He had already raised $1 million in 2016. Okay, let's go to 2017. Give me a moment. I'm scrolling down. Here is another Detroit school scam, because it wasn't just one. There's another one right here that just populated. That was on January 19th of 2017. Okay, I'm scrolling down. Here's one at Mount Vernon. I think it's Mount Vernon, New York, another school scam that Umar was running. A lot of people haven't seen that video. St. Louis is another spot. Okay, I'm still looking. Okay, I'll be patient. A lot of these, here's the videos where he was in Cleveland filming Awaken. Okay, so I have those, and he was popping pills in that live stream. Here's Umar inside of what he called the Pan Africanist library. It was like a storage unit where he had books stored in there, but it's in his mind, it's a library. I still don't see anything in 2007. Oh, here we are. Okay, here we are. Here's and there's one. There has to be some before this, but this is what I've been able to populate right here, because in 2017, Umar was running a scam. He was trying to get his donors to pay for him to go back to law school. But here's that video from 2017. So you see the background?
Good morning, brothers and sisters. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism.
So, in terms of video forensics, if you go back to old Umar Johnson videos, if you ever want to know where he's at when he's live streaming, and you see this background right here, this was when Umar was live streaming from his apartment. And this is the video right here from 2017. I'm sure that there's more before this, because I remember that a lot of these were posted on his original Facebook page. But the thing is that he did a lot of traveling back then, way more than what he does now. But this is what I'm going to go with for now. Is sometime in 2017, we start seeing Umar. He finally starts live streaming inside of his apartment right here. And this is where he gets evicted from in 2019. Again, this video is from 2017. So whenever you see Umar in older videos, you won't see him these days, and you won't see any videos starting after 2019 where he's live streaming inside of this his apartment here, because he gets evicted from here. And in fact, that's this same apartment right here. Okay, so just so that we're all clear about the digital forensics, this again is from 2019.
At gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FD.
And he's also a hoarder. We can see this clearly here.
MG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is
there you go.
Y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, and that's a lie. He never moved to Wilmington, Delaware, and still hasn't. He's been living with his mama since 2020.
Mail, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
All right. And so what the research shows is that he's evicted out of this place because he doesn't resolve the issue, the tenant complaint. And then you see Umar out of hotels and motel rooms. You no longer see him live streaming in this particular apartment with that background. And then what the video evidence shows is that by 2020, he moves into his mama's place. Okay, look at the curtains too, by the way.
You're right. It's 42. Oh my God. I can't believe this.
Okay. And here's a video from 2023 inside of his mama's closet.
Tap in with the prince. Who tapping in next? Who tapping in next? Who tapping in next? Tap in with the prince. You got a question, comment? Tap in with the prince. Tap in with the prince.
Yeah, real quick, look in the background. He has a couple of things hanging up, including like some fabric with Marcus Garvey. But behind that, you'll see the stars, black stars with the teal and purple. Keep that teal and purple with the stars in mind.
Medusa going once. Red Medusa going twice. Red Medusa going once.
Yes, it was speculated that that this one video is FDMG.
I cannot believe this. We are.
Yeah, that was something that was speculated before, but the point is that we see these. If you guys look at the curtains back there, those are his mama's curtains, and keep those curtains in mind in a moment. Watch this.
Red Medusa going twice. Where's Red Medusa? Y'all got to get on the Wi-Fi too with these calls. Y'all got to get on the Wi-Fi. Give her a second.
Okay, let me skip
to live in Camden.
About it is.
Okay. All right, now be blessed.
Okay, you see how he flips the phone? Again, he's a hoarder. He's still a hoarder, just like in the other video. And Lene talks, and you see the curtains over there? Those are those same curtains. His mama's curtains. Because ain't no man gonna have in his own place gonna have some red or pink curtains. That's just not gonna happen. This is mama closet. And I've looked at the floor plan for his mama's spot. It's Section 8 housing. And what this area is, this was where there should be a washer and dryer in here, but Umar, for whatever reason, he doesn't have a washer and dryer there for his mama. He just threw all this shit in here. He's a hoarder. He's taken up the whole second floor, according to firsthand knowledge from Lene. And there's one bathroom upstairs. The floor plan proves that to be the case. And there's no way for his mama, who's bedridden, to get upstairs. She can't even get a proper bath. But you see the curtains over there? Walls all dirty. See, those are the same curtains
in
we
the
see
black
right here.
church, 60.
All right.
Who we got next tapping in? Who we got
And
next
Umar, what he
tapping
does
in?
instead of holding himself accountable, he says that he needs to refold these clothes, to refold them. No, that's a hoarder situation. Okay, we've got a little bit off track here, but I just want to be clear. When I say something about Umar, and if someone ever asks, okay, well, how do you know that? I've done my research. And by the way, just one other thing, this is what most people are used to Umar, seeing Umar when he live streams in his mama closet. They're used to seeing this background right here. And that background is actually there, the video forensics, it's actually there right here. You just got to look, it's behind the fabric that Umar posted, or the banner that he posted of Marcus Garvey. You see the teal and the purple and the black stars? Well, if you look right here, you'll see the teal, the blue, and the black stars, plus the sun and the moon. Okay, most people are used to Umar live streaming here. So look at Acts 2. Well, how do you know that this is his mama's place? Well, because there's a video where we call it the infamous chair video, where Umar, he's live streaming and there's a knock at the door. And Umar gets up to answer the door, but he's still live streaming. And you can't really hear the conversation all that well. But I downloaded the video and I went through the process of increasing the audio, the audio level, the volume, and I did some editing, not editing, I guess you can say editing, so that you can hear. I took out the noise in the background so you can hear as clearly as possible. Still can't hear all that well. And there's a social worker that knocks on the door, and Umar answers the door and has this conversation. And they're looking for his mother. That's because by this time, Umar, he's living inside his mama's house, his Section 8 housing. And
You're
this is
not
the
ready
video
for
right
Frederick
here.
Douglass. I would dare say that the most honorable Marcus.
So he gets up out of, you see the same background there, the blue and teal, and you see the sun and the moon. And this is his chair. He said he's had this chair since he was in college. So over 20 years, he's a hoarder. There's no way. Here you
You're
go.
not ready. That the most. Listen to this, but let me give
If you listen carefully, you will hear the doorbell.
you the background. Let me give you the background. This is a book on the greatest speeches given.
Did y'all hear it? Here it is one more time. Listen carefully.
Speeches given. Speeches
Again?
given. Speeches given. Speeches given.
Okay, if you heard it, hit the one. So Umar, the doorbell rings. He gets up out of the chair. He opens up the sliding, because this is like where this is where the washing and dryer should be. And he opens up this little sliding door. It's like a barn door, wooden barn door. I think it's probably sounds like it's wood. Here, right there. That's audio forensics, if you will. I could be wrong on that. It could be metal, but it sounds like it's wooden. See how he slides it open? It's not like he opens up a door. So it's not like he's going into a room per se. This is he's exiting out of this little. It's like a closet. That's why I call it a mama closet. Then he closes it, and then he goes downstairs. He answers the door, and there's a conversation that's had between him and a social worker. I'm not going to get into all that right now because we've covered that in the past. But they asked for his mother because they're trying to get in contact with her, and Umar says that she's not there. Even though she's bedridden and wheelchair bound, she's not there.
Yes.
Okay, that's him unlocking the door.
How you doing? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She's not in there. I'm her oldest son.
See, I'm her oldest son. We're gonna leave it right there. Okay. So she's coming to check on, it's like a wellness check. She's coming to check on, and that's when we realized, if anyone was there back then, hit the one. That's when it was an aha moment. We said, wait a minute, he's at his mama's house. And he's still living off of his mama in 2026. So all the videos that people would see with Umar, where you see this background right here, this is his mama closet. Any videos from way back in the day where you see Umar with this background, this is when he had his own apartment. That goes back to the end of 2019. Again, to be clear, the 2010, they started the eviction process. He was able to resolve that and he stayed there because it's the same address on the eviction, the other eviction that I found. That eviction he was unable to resolve. And that's why after that, you don't see him live streaming in that location ever again. And then what he does is he takes all of the stuff that was in this apartment right here, and he takes it and he stores it inside of the large gym. That's what I mean. Well, if someone says, how do you know that? Well, I've done my research. Look.
Strong alpha males, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.
See all of this hoarding stuff? He gets evicted in 2019. And then this is the same year he acquires his abandoned buildings. And then he takes all of that shit and he stores it in the large gym in Wilmington, Delaware, for these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Here's the proof of this. Watch. Well, before I do this, look real quick for any new people. This is a gang up. We got almost 1,800 people in here. So if you guys look over here, this is what I mean by the video forensics. I do my research and I'm really good at this type of shit. I'm really good at it. And I'm not saying that to be arrogant, but I've been at this for a really long time. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Motherfucker. All right. But if you look back there, there's one of those big back TVs from back in the day. That's what I call it. It's a big back TV. See that TV way back in the corner? Okay, keep that in mind because what the video evidence shows in 2025 from June 14th of 2025 is that same big back TV is now inside of the FDMG large gym and was in there since Umar got evicted. Okay, more proof of the eviction. Watch this. See, these are all Umar's belongings, personal belongings. He said, destroyed my private book collection of 5,000 titles, including rare and out-of-print books. Why would you store 5,000 titles, including rare and out-of-print books, inside of an abandoned building? Unless you didn't have a place to stay. You didn't have your own residence. And you didn't want to pay for proper storage. You see what I'm saying? Again, I'm a very logical and rational thinking person. I can goof off though too. I can goof off and I can be silly. I sure can. But I'm a very rational and logical thinking person. Point A to point B to point C to point D. See, that's why Umar, he gets evicted and he stores his shit inside of these abandoned buildings. And he's a hoarder already. A lot of the shit he should have thrown out. But the truth be told, that if he was going to hang on to this shit, he should have got proper storage and paid it. But he's cheap. It's always about money with this guy. These are his personal books. He says, this was personal. Hopefully the cameras will show us who did it. Okay. He never referenced this since this time. Poured paint all over my books and cultural artifacts. Well, what cultural artifacts? Why would you have cultural artifacts sitting inside an abandoned building with no ventilation, with no heating or cooling, no HVAC, mold infested? Why would you put this in there? And see, if we go back and look at the video evidence here, you see his book collection behind him, and you see the African artifacts, all types of African artifacts.
For males, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes.
You see the pictures on the wall, all this shit. But Umar, he says, all over my books and cultural artifacts, broke glass and destroyed everything, including school supplies for the children. But let's look at this real quick. I'm going to mute this, and so I can make. These are all of his books, and if you look at the condition of these books are baked into the ground. And what I mean by that is Umar's trying to pretend as if this damage, this sabotage, or this vandalism took place in 2025. No, this is old. See, because if you look at the actual video, you'll see that the books are, there's paint on top of the books, but there's also a thick layer of dust on top of the paint. Okay, I'm a logical and reasonable person. If this just happened, you wouldn't see this thick film of dust on top of these, on top of the paint that's on top of the books. Does this make sense? See, he's been storing this shit, and it's probable. Okay, and you see how I'm saying that? I'm speculating here. It's extremely likely, based upon my research, that when Umar gets evicted in 2019, he takes his shit and he just takes it and he stores it over there inside this large gym. And that's why. See, in the beginning, when Umar, and I can pull this up, In the beginning, in February 2019, when Umar first acquired these abandoned buildings, he would show that large gym. Hit the one. He would show it. He would have people up in there. He even had Goofy up in there crying about, oh, he's with the babies and all this. What's her name? Whatever her name is. Y'all remember that? But once he gets evicted, he stopped showing it. And he didn't show it again. 2019, he didn't show it again until 2025. Why? I don't mean to do that. Just why didn't he show it? Well, because he turned into his own personal storage, FDMG personal storage, family. That's where your money's gone. Millions of dollars raised. That's what this has turned into. Let's look at this. Let's keep going here. See, suitcases. This is Umar shit. Boxes upon boxes, CDs, DVDs on the ground. Even that back there, that's a bookshelf. I believe that's the same bookshelf
at gmail.
that we see back here. You see behind him? Look. You see these dark gray bookshelves? Well, look right here. What do you see? The dark gray bookshelves. Look. This is personal shit. This is all his. Picture frames, pictures, just like he had on the wall. Now, this is what I mean by the dust situation. Look at this. You see this? The dust is on top of the books. On top of the folders. See those blue and green folders? The dust is, look at that. Look at that. Whatever that is down there that's blue towards the bottom of the screen. Look. You see that down there? Look at all the dust that's settled on top. Look at the books and look at all the dust there. You mean to tell me that this dust accumulated on June 14th of 2025 when he shows us? No, this is years. Now, there are some desks. I always want to be fair. There are some desks. Look at the ground. You see the dust on top of the paint? Look at that. This vandalism is not new. Look at, now, this is a great example of what I'm talking about. It's not, what you see on the surface is not the paint. What you see, the paint's been baked into the ground at this point. What you see on the surface is a thick layer of dust. Y'all see this? Okay, this is all Umar's personal belongings, old computer speakers, African pictures. You see up towards the top, fitted hats. You also see the red, black, and green shoe. He's actually shown that shoe on his Instagram page many years ago. Yeah, someone said that's gross. Well, this is Umar. He's a hoarder, so this doesn't even register in Umar's mind. And then look right there. That's that big back TV. And now that I'm looking at it, if you look carefully, let me make sure I got this right though, because it looks like, yeah, there's a thick film of dust on top of that big back TV too. Look at it. Y'all see that? So that TV, there's that shoe again. Okay, keep that, and more luggage, bags of Umar's clothes. See, this ain't got nothing to do with educating black boys or none of that. This is Umar. Okay, but remember that big back TV? Well, let's go back to the video from 2019.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes.
There's that big back TV in that corner.
At gmail.com. FD.
You see it? Okay, in the timeline, it fits. Like I said, when I say something about Umar, unless I'm speculating, I'll say speculating, but everything I say about Umar I can back up, including that he's raised a bare minimum of $1.9 million through 2024, and we're not counting 2025. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18.
MG resumes at G.
There you go, back there. Okay, real quick, let me show y'all one other thing. Because anyone who thinks that Umar's serious about opening up a school, Umar's actually working backwards And what I mean by that is we can look at the video forensics, and we're going to go back to 2019 and do a side-by-side comparison of that same large gym, because he used to show it back then. Then he stopped. And it coincides with after he gets evicted. You guys understand what I'm saying? But in 2000, he used to have people up in that large gym. That was really the big selling point that he used to use, was that large gym. He has a history of that with gyms. He would go into these different schools and he would always talk about the gym over and over and over again. I'll have all of that. But now we're gonna look at it. We're gonna do a side by side. And I'm listen. I'm not getting too far off. I want to prove a point that when I say what, see, I'm not speculating. I'm not creating a false narrative. I'm not misrepresenting facts or anything like that. I'm giving you the truth. Okay. Umar is a hoarder. Umar's been homeless since end of 2019. Umar moved his belongings, at least a significant amount of his belongings. I'm not saying all of them, but a significant amount of his belongings into the large gym. Prior to that, he would show the gym, but once he makes that move, he stops showing the gym, and he doesn't show it again until 2025. And then he says that this is vandalism, as if it's new. But the video forensics show that this vandalism is old. Why? Because everything is covered in a thick layer of dust. You guys see my point? I'm always fair, right? Furthermore, based upon what we see in the video, it can be stated that, yeah, it appears as if this vandalism was personal. Now, is it possible that Umar did it? Yeah. Do I think that he did it? No, because this goes back years. I think he pissed somebody off and they came in there. They weren't interested in stealing anything. They wanted to cause harm. Why? Why do I say that? Because if they were in there to steal shit, they would have stolen those shoes. They would have stolen those fitted caps, the bags that had his clothes in. They would have taken those clothes, right? And there's probably some other belongings in there that would be considered to be somewhat valuable or that could be sold for some money. So it's not that they went in there specifically to steal. That's not it. They went in there to specifically vandalize. Well, that's probably personal. Probably. Okay. Now, again, I don't know that statement of fact, but I want to show you guys the difference, the dichotomy, that when I speculate, when I assume, I'll assume. But when I state something as a statement of fact, it's a statement of fact based upon evidence that proves it to be so, right? Okay. Now, let's look at the side-by-side comparison, and we're going to get back into the main video.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King.
Okay, so what you're seeing on my left, I don't know if it's your left, Umar inside the gym back in 2019. And this is what I mean by Umar. What's up, Jonathan? And Jimmy Jamboree and Phi Taylor. This is what I mean by Umar's working backwards. There's no progress, there's regress. Did I say it that way? Regress. No, I can't use that term. That's another. There's no progress, there's regression. I just said it that way. What you see is that Umar in 2019 in the gym with some of his loyal donors. I believe they're loyal. No, I don't think they're loyal. Yeah, no. These are the loyal. I think they're loyal donors. Yeah, no, I don't think they're loyal donors. That comes later. But the point is, with some of his supporters. And then what you see on the other side of the screen is what these abandoned buildings look like, the gym, the large gym in particular, in 2025. And look at the stark difference between the two.
On consciousness, we live inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, Fred Douglass building. I'm gonna let you know some of the scholars at Ifa Tunde University.
Yes.
The same building. There goes Sharon.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Black
We in the
power.
school.
Black power. Black power.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power.
See, where they're standing, all of Umar's shit is now there.
Yeah, baby. You got Brother Ryan, no doubt, looking out for us. You know what I mean? So tell me what's your thing? Give me some words, Gail. What do you think so far to walk through the tour?
It's
How
nice.
you liking the school?
It's nice.
Okay, let me skip through because there's no need to go through all of this because we've covered it in the past. I just want to point one other thing out here. There's Tiff the Griff. Shout out to Tiff the Griff. If Tiff the Griff, if you ever want to come on and talk about your experience dealing with Umar, I know he probably screwed you over several times. You're welcome to do so. There's one part that I'm always amazed by. And if I don't find that's okay, we can move on. Yeah, I think I already ran through it. Let me see. Yeah, let's listen to Tip the Griff real quick.
Tiff?
I am excited. A lot of black children, African children, are going to be protected from the claws of white supremacy, black power, race first.
All right, Tino.
Just excited to get the young boys in and get them out, man. Just
All right, let me go through, and we're gonna be done with this. But there's one part that I'm always amazed by. Oh, here it is right here. If you look in the background from the 2025 video, look in the background right here. To me, it's amazing because that space back there was completely clear, and he has trash and junk that's stacked up the side of the wall. You guys see this? That shot right there is amazing to me. All of this was clear. All right. Anyway, it goes on, and then it's incredible. At the end, listen to what his donors say.
Do this thing right with you, bro.
What his supporters say. Most of these people aren't around anymore.
Yes, indeed, y'all. We inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I'm doing a tour with Efi Tunde University. You know what I'm saying? We up in here, FDMG. Get them donations in. You know what I'm saying? That's what we doing. Donate, 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 donate.
Yeah. See, it was always about the money, and that's the case to this day. Okay, we went on a bit of an excursion, but I think it was worth it. We're going to get back to the main video. I just want to reiterate that the reason why I can say what I say about Umar is because I have receipts to back it up. Okay, I have receipts to back up everything, and then if I don't have a receipt, I will say that I speculate or that I believe. The point is that I'm always fair with Umar, and I've always been fair with Umar. Let me just see. Okay, yeah. There's one other thing I'm going to pull up a little bit later on. Okay, I apologize for kind of going off on a tangent here. Okay, I got this one earlier, Lewis Luck. Thanks, Sakina. Smitty Boy, thank you as well. I'll reply to your email. Okay, I got that one too. The Spike Spiegel says, about to get my first IT management job. The end is nigh for the zebra cake goblin. Let them folks know. Quick question. Yeah, congratulations on this. Congratulations on this. And shout out to the Spike Spiegel. And continued success in your career. Yeah. Thank you for being a member for 37 months. New member, Why Must, thank you so much. I'm gonna do these quickly. Smitty Boy says, Uncle Lennon, your research remains flawless. Can't no one deny you of that. You got this clown scheme down to a T. Shout out to the 8 months plus more. Yeah. The research is there. In the earlier years, it wasn't at where it's at today. I've done a lot, and as I've gone through this documentary, I've done more research once I started to do the documentary than I had in all the previous years. So it's been a bear, but one day at a time. Thank you so much, bro. Thanks for being a member for 8 months. Okay. Angie became a new member. And again, I'll be doing a members live tomorrow, members only live tomorrow. We'll do one for everyone. It's going to be brief because I have a video I have for y'all. And then we'll do the next segment of the documentary. It's a rough draft. It's about 44 minutes long. Okay. So we're going to be there for a minute. Thank you, Angie, for becoming a member. Curls, Coke. I apologize. Sound like Umar. Curls, cake, and cookies says the repetition is a manipulation tactic hypothesis. Hypnosis. Yes, I talked about that. I should I should study and research and produce videos on media manipulation, and that's one of the things that happens oftentimes in repetition. Is one of the main ways to what we would call mind control. Some people, yeah, that's what we used to call it back in the day. It's a form of hypnosis, and Umar, he does that a lot. He does it so much that it's become habitual. He can't even help himself at this point. But that goes to show you how much of a master manipulator he is. He's been manipulating Black people so much and using different manipulative tactics and techniques that at this point he overdoes it. Yeah, he overdoes it. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Mr. Thundercloud says that chair needs to be put down. Yeah, he's a hoarder though. He still has it. You know, at least the last time I saw him live streaming inside of his mama closet, he still has that same chair. And in the video, he talks about how he's had it since he was in college. Like I think he said undergraduate, if memory serves me correctly. He may have said when he started graduate school. I can't remember, but it was around 20 years ago. Thanks, Mr. Thundercloud, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Heartbreaker from the Bronx says, hit the one. yeah, hit the one. Okay. Thank you. Shout out to the Bronx. Dominique says he never went back to the gym after the vandalism. Not to the large gym, he hasn't. Yeah, he did go back to the small one, but he hasn't gone back to, you're right, he hasn't gone back to the large gym. If it was such a big deal, why didn't he go back? And why didn't he report on what happened and the video footage and all that stuff? No, he just threw that out there because he was trying to get people to send him money for security. And then how he spun it was he said, it looks like we're going to, since they're vandalizing over here, it looks like we're going to have to start renovations over here so we can make it more secure. And so we need more donations for that. See that? He never started renovation. He still ain't started renovations over there on the other side of the street. It's about to be 7 years. He can't even renovate one room to completion. And he's talking about the other side of the street. He ain't renovated not one room to completion. He's gone backwards. The outside looks worse than it did in 2019. The inside with all the shit all over the place looks, anyway, I'm leaving right there. Thank you, Dominique, for the super chat. Simply Complicated says, hey, Lenon in chat, suppose this was vandalism. Okay, we'll go here. Let's theoretically speaking, okay? Umar knew he placed that school smack dab in the hood. Yeah. Where are the security cameras and the proper locks for those bandos? He has no foresight. And I remember in 2019, I told Umar, the first thing you need to do is secure these abandoned buildings. He didn't do it. He didn't start putting up fencing until 2025 because he was trying to get into compliance with the city. And that was part of the when he had the past due fees with the city. It was over 30, I think it was over $30,000. Part of coming into compliance with all that was to erect fences, and he's done that at least on one side of the street, but there's still the other side of the street. He ain't done nothing over there on the other side of the street. But why would you purchase these trap banners in the middle of the hood? Wilmington, Delaware in 2000, if memory serves me correctly, in 2018, I believe, it was ranked 6th or 7th in the nation for violent crime per capita. And furthermore, if it had been sitting vacant for about 4 years, for about 4 years, and subject to the elements, a massive hole in the roof for one of the sides of the street, just horrible. All of the HVAC units were gutted on top of the building. There's quite a few of those up there, gutted, completely gutted. I have video evidence, drone footage of that. Mold all over the place. Why would you do that? The copper wire stripped out from the dope fiends getting in there and stripping shit out of there. Why would you do that? It makes no sense. No foresight, none. But see, what it did was it allowed Umar to extend this scam another 6 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks, almost 7 years. Yeah. And then in terms of security cameras, he doesn't have any security cameras on that side of the street, the larger building. And the cameras on the other side of the street, evidently, they're not pointed over there to the larger building, and the larger building doesn't even have electricity. See, no foresight. And then obviously proper locks. Again, the thing is that if Umar had erected fencing around there, it wouldn't be as much. You should still have proper locks, but he should have secured those buildings from day one, erected fences to keep people out. But he didn't do that, and he still hasn't done that to completion to this day. Okay, he's working backwards. Thank you, Simply Complicated, for the super chat. Fresh Face says, I do the Cabbage Patch to the donate song chant. Okay. I remember the Cabbage Patch. I don't think I've done it a couple of times. I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna lie to you. I ain't never done a Cabbage Patch. younger people like, huh? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Fresh Face. How's it going, Miranda says, hey, Lenon Cooker said, I wonder how those folks feel now who were in the gym that day making proclamations about all the good things that were supposed to be. Yeah, probably disappointed. I'm sure a lot of them are disappointed. Some of them probably got angry at a certain point because you would have to think that the people who would go up there, and there's for 2019, you used to have a lot of people coming up there. Not a lot, but he would have people coming up there, and it was like more bragging, right? I would think that those would be the people who were probably stout supporters and would send Umar money. They were invested. I shouldn't say it that way because it's not investment. They had a vested interest. I should say it that way. Yeah, but that's still anyway. So those people, I'm sure, sent Umar a significant amount of money over the years leading into 2019. So it just doesn't start from 2019. Some of those people, they were around way before that. Tip to Griff, Sharon, so forth and so on. The point is that I'm sure that a lot of them, that they feel disappointed. A lot of the people watching right now are disappointed in Umar dealing with this school scam situation. some people probably angry about it, and again, if you send someone your hard-earned money and they said they're going to do one thing, they don't do what they said they were going to do, you have every right to be disappointed and upset about it. See, Umar, he has a long history of this. It's not just with FDMG. He's collected money for other scams and never delivered on what he said he was going to do. Right? Yeah, it's so unfortunate. It really is. He's betrayed a lot of people, and he's diminished the trust that people have in Black people too. I'm talking about Black people having other Black people. It's one of my big gripes with Umar. There are people who they do need help at times, but they're not going to get that help now because Umar, he's kind of spread his venom all over the place with lying and scamming, and so people aren't going to be as trustworthy. Anyway, there's a lot of people who are disappointed in this guy. Thank you, Miranda. And most of the people that we see in these videos, they're not around anymore. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. Patrick says, Lenon, I respect you immensely. Thank you. I appreciate that. When will you cover the Umar apology for the SETI rant? Did I miss something? I also can relate to harsh self-criticism. Yeah. I wanted to do that after. I actually want to do that video that same day that we did the SETI rant video, but it was a marathon. I couldn't do it. I was too tired. But at some point we'll do it. I'm not sure when, so I don't want to make a promise. But I do have the video, and what we'll do is we'll at some point. Okay, I'm not going to give you a date or time. If someone reminds me later on, like matter of fact, if someone can remind me next week, okay, so can we watch the SETI? We won't watch the SETI rant video because we covered the whole thing, but we can watch Umar's response after the fallout. If someone reminds me next week, we'll fit it in. Okay, and then and Umar, he does this video, and it's horrible. He doesn't hold himself accountable really. He kind of alludes to it, but then he starts blaming other people. That's some narcissism. And then also, I can also relate to harsh self-criticism. Yeah, it's if there's anything that I can say to you, Patrick, that would lead you to discontinue, it's more of a mental thing, to discontinue harsh self-criticism. The things that I can say, I would say it. And I guess I'm saying it kind of right now. I just don't know what to say. I do know that I've had extremely harsh criticism of myself for many, many years. On one hand, it's been good because it's put me in a position to do better in life. I got into college. I got the degree in cybersecurity and computer technology. I got a better job, making more. I shouldn't even be talking like that because the Lord give, Lord take it. Making really good money. I'll say it that way. Still not where I would like to be. That's self-criticism, right? But the point is that on one hand, it was beneficial because I had to hold myself accountable on things that I've done that I should have done better at earlier on in life and mistakes that I've made. But then on the other hand, what it does to a person in terms of psychologically speaking and emotionally, when you're in your own mind, you're criticizing yourself and it's extreme. It's not healthy. It's not good for your mental health. You understand what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So if there's anything that I can say now other than stop it to help you to stop doing it, I would say it. Okay, it's just not healthy for your mental health. And I've had this issue for a very long time. I've gotten better with it. I've gotten better with it over the years. This is something else that I'm still working on. We all make mistakes. None of us are perfect. We learn from our mistakes. And I always say, because I'm into sci-fi, if I had a time machine and go back and change things, I probably would change some things. But the reality of the situation is we're not dealing in sci-fi. We're dealing in reality, and we don't have time machines. So there's something that I learned. It's called radical acceptance. You have to accept everything and be at peace with it, and then move forward without the harsh self-criticism for the past. See? All right. God bless you, Patrick. Okay. God bless you. All right. And I understand. Trust me, I understand. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's get back into it, everybody. We'll get back to the main video. Now that we're 26 seconds into it, I'll just start from the beginning. Here we go.
We saw this kind of rumored around, and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. So critics say, obviously, you raised millions for your school, and after some time, about a decade or so, the school hasn't been up. So they want to know, what's the 2026 update on FDMG Academy?
First of all, anything a critic says about FDMG, I would like to know where they get their information from. Nobody knows how much money we raised because we never shared it.
Stop.
I know the bare minimum amount of money that you raised. based upon your own words and based upon your IRS filings. You see that? That's Umar. Listen, man, you got to cut the cap. Stop lying. You're always lying about shit because we never shared it. Yeah. Well, I know for us as a statement of fact on God that you raised a bare minimum of $1,923,499. Clock it. You know, the young people do this shit. And you can clock that shit. Tomorrow, I'm going to drop the video that shows from your own words and your IRS filings that you raised a bare minimum, homeboy, of $1,923,499. My best estimate, if I include 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 2025, that you raised well over $3 million by now, homeboy. But I can say as a statement of fact, not speculation, not hearsay. Not your mama said, or my mama said for that matter, that you raised a bare minimum of $1,923,499. In fact, now let's go through this step by step. Umar states, and I'll provide the video tomorrow. It's gonna be on. We're gonna be on it. He said that he purchased these abandoned buildings for around $700,000. Again, 700 around could be a little bit more than 700, could be a little bit less, but we're gonna split it down the middle, and we're gonna stick with $700,000. On Umar Johnson's IRS filings, his nonprofit status IRS filings from 2020, he says that he has $518,048 in cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account. So you can take $700,000 and you can add $518,048 to come up with a total of $1,218,048 total FDMG donations raised as a bare minimum by the end of 2019. Let's go. Umar on his IRS filings, you guys can go pull it up for yourself, says that in 2020 he didn't raise any money, but then in his 2021 filings he backlogs $177,892 donations raised in 2020. So we can add that to the $1,218,048, and we come up with $1,395,940 total FDMG donations raised by the end of 2020. Let's keep going. On that same tax filings for 2021. Okay, because he didn't in 2022 he put 0, but in 2021 he backlogs 2022. But in 2021, for 2021, he said he raised $116,585. Well, we add that to the $1,395,940, and we come up with $1,512,525 total FDMG donations raised by the end of 2021. And then in his IRS filings for 2022, he reports to the IRS that he raised $121,646. Excuse me. So we take $121,646,000 and we add that to the $1,512,525, and we come up with $1,634,171 total donation FDMG donations raised through 2022 as a bare minimum. And then for 2023, Umar Johnson said he reports to the IRS that he raised $204,822. We add that to the $1,634,171, and we come up with $1,838,993 total FDMG donation raised through 2023 as a bare minimum. And then in his 2024 IRS filing for his nonprofit status, he reports to the IRS that he raised $84,506 in donations. We add that to $1,838,993, and we come up with the total of $1,923,499 total FDMG donation raised at the end of 2024 as a bare minimum. Clock that shit. Tomorrow, I will have a video that breaks all this down, provides the paperwork, including Umar's own words that he purchased these abandoned buildings for around $700,000. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the bare minimum. We're not counting how much money Umar Johnson raised in 2025. We're not counting the amount of money that Umar Johnson raised in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. To be fair, someone could say, yeah, but that's $700,000. That's part of the money that he raised prior to 2019. I get it. But do you know that Umar stated that he had already raised $1 million going back to 2000, if memory serves me correctly, the end of 2016. He was already at $1 million. So there's $300,000 that's missing right there. And then what else is missing? 2017, 2018, and 2025. Well, we ain't going to get into that right now. Stop lying, Umar. See, and the irony is that you should have told people how much money you've raised, but you don't, because most of the money you've spent on yourself. See, that's why I'm saying if Umar was there properly audited, and they went through all of his financials, this figure could be closer to $5 million raised over since 2010. It could be $5 million. But as a bare minimum, I can state factually, as a bare minimum, $1,923,499. All right, let's go.
26th update on FDMG Academy.
First of all, anything a critic says about FDMG, I would like to know where they get their information from. Nobody knows how much money we raised because we never shared it. Stop.
Okay, and then again, I know that as a bare minimum, $1.9 million. I'm going to drop the video tomorrow that shows you the actual video evidence and the paperwork that shows that with the IRS. But the other thing is that it's not a good look in the first place because it shows that there's no transparency, Umar. There's no transparency. Furthermore, Umar, at times you have, the last time was in 2020, you said that you had raised $850,000. You know, and really, if now that I think about it, just how my mind works, if in 2020 you say that you raised $850,000 and then you acquired these trap bundles for $700,000, that would mean that in 2020 you should have had $150,000 left over. Right? So where the fuck did this $500,000 come from that you listed as cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account in 2020? Get to one. I'll wait. Clock it. That's that raw cash. You know, Umar, he love that raw cash. The phone question: does Umar Johnson update his donors? 1,888 votes. My goodness, we probably get 2,000 votes by the time we get done. 93% said no. 7% said yes. That 7%, if you're a donor and Umar updated you, I want you to get with me. Okay, get with me. Let me know. I'll bring you on right now. Make sure you have your receipts in order that shows what that update was. Exactly. But you see, Umar just stated that he don't tell nobody. So what the fuck are you talking about? Huh? See that right there? He just said that he don't tell y'all shit. So what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Clock it. I'm just playing. All right. And let me check. Our goal is 500. Our goal is 600. Like, so we got a gang of people in here. We already at almost 700. So we leave that alone. Okay. Let's get back to it. Here we go. Let me skip through the money for this guy.
Know anything unless we share it with him. The only people that nobody is so tight.
Watching.
My circle is so tight that nobody in the public could know anything unless we share it with them. The only people we share.
Okay, well then, Umar, how do I know this though? See, this has nothing to do with your inner circle, whatever you're talking about, whatever goofiness you're talking about. This is from your own words. You said that it was around $700,000 of purchase price, and then your IRS filings. That's just that. And I highly doubt, it's extremely unlikely that Umar Johnson reported all the money to the IRS, all the money that he raised to the IRS in any given year, including the cash that he received. See, this figure could be much, much, much larger than what we see here. Anyway, let's go.
With are our donors. The big problem with the so-called
that's a lie. That's a lie. It's a blatant lie, because I've had donors who have come onto my show and stated that you never updated them on how much money you raised. There's people in the chat room that used to donate to you, hit the one that said that you never updated them on how much money you raised, or sent them a receipt, or sent them documentation so that they can write this off on their taxes.
Called FDMG controversy is the people asking the questions are not the donors.
There are plenty of donors who are asking the questions. One of the prominent ones these days is Mary Ann Lawrence. She's spearheading a class action lawsuit as a donor to FDMG against Umar Johnson in this FDMG school scam. So that's not true. And Umar knows that. He knows that.
The donors don't ask questions. The so-called FDMG, share it with them. The only people we share information with are our donors. The big problem with the so-called FDMG controversy is the people asking the questions are not the donors. The donors don't ask questions. We have
Information Man donated. He asked questions. Shout out to Information Man. You know, he be lying so much.
their complete faith, complete support. 85% of our donors are repeat donors.
Yeah, I remember he said 95% one time.
Which means they've been supporting us since the fundraiser began.
Okay, and he doesn't know that. He doesn't know who's, what the percentage is. Has he calculated that? You mean to tell me he's kept track of every single, this guy's a hoarder living in filth. He's kept track of every single donation, including cash that he's received, and who's sending it to him? He doesn't have a database. He's not even tech savvy, real talk. It's another lie right there.
The people who want answers are people who have no vested interest at all in the project. So I don't.
Okay, there are plenty of people who have criticized Umar, who were previously supporters of Umar and previously donated to Umar as well.
I answer questions to people who don't have any vested interest in the project. You follow what I'm saying? I don't go around.
And again, what was the question? What's the update on FDMG for 2026? Has he given an update yet?
Offering answers to people who don't have anything to do with what I'm working on, because this is a private Black community initiative. We don't owe them no answers. We don't take any federal money. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but you accept the benefit of having a federally sanctioned nonprofit status to the IRS.
You know, that's the problem, because they want us to be accountable to YouTube. They want us to be accountable to Instagram.
No, you should be accountable to your donors.
They want us to be accountable to the struggle streams. I'm not accountable to nobody but our donors. So when donors have a question, they can call me and ask. And
okay, this guy, he lies so much. It's incredible. And he just keeps going with it too.
I know if they're a donor or not because we've recorded every donation we've ever gotten.
No, I don't believe him at all. This guy, he's a pathological liar. It's incredible how this guy does this.
You follow? So if you call, say, Doc, I wanted to ask you a question about the school. Sure. What's your name?
No, historically, what has happened is when his donors, when they text him about, because he puts his number out there, he texts him about their donation and where's the status, he blocks them. I can't tell you how many people I've seen do videos where they've talked about that, where he blocked them when they quit their donors, where he blocked them after they asked him about FDMG. There's plenty of people that's done videos. There's even more people who have posted in the comment section for different Umar Johnson videos where they say he blocked me. I was a donor and he blocked me when I asked him about when the school was going to open.
When was your last donation? How did you make that donation? Let me confirm you. Now, you can ask all the questions you want, but if you're just a struggle streamer, you just looking for content so you can just run with some negativity, I'm not giving you no answers. With that.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing, Umar, because he calls people struggle streamers, but he's struggling in life. The documentary will prove that without a shadow of a doubt. But the point is that it's not necessary for Umar to tell me anything. I've done my research. I've tracked the different figures that he's given over the years in terms of how much money he's raised. It'll all be outlined inside the documentary too. Year by year, there'll be updates for each year. But then at a certain point, I'm going to say, okay, now let's calculate all of this over the year. And I'm going to put it in graphical format, where you just see you can track the donation amount all the way through 2020. But then what happens is to see, that's the last time he gave an update was 2020. He said $850,000. But then at that point, you can just track his IRS filings. You ain't got to tell me shit. I know I do my research. This makes sense to people. Hit the one. Just because Umar stopped updating people in 2020 doesn't mean you can't track the donations. The other thing is that I would propose that the amounts that he was given, going all the way back when he starts giving updates in 2014, was much less than what he had collected. Because one time he said he was he had said he was collecting $100,000 a month. That's what he was saying at one point. I have the video. I can pull it up and show it to you guys. On the Breakfast Club, a year and 3 months after he started his campaign for St. Paul's and collecting donations, 1 year and 3 months later, that would have been in 2015, he states that he had raised $500,000 at that time. How do you go from $500,000 in 2015 and then a decade later, you're saying that you haven't raised $1 million? And in 2015, you had only been collecting money for a year, specifically for St. Paul school scam, for a year and 3 months. So when this gets into graphical representation, and I probably should do it even before that, just put it up here for people to look at. You guys are going to be shocked. See, because Umar stated in a video that he had raised he was going to have $1 million by the end of the summer. Watch this. And I have to do this, y'all. I can't help myself because this is it's amazing to me. End of the oops. It's not what I want. End of the summer. Nope, it's not coming up. Let me try summer. All right. Yeah, let me run through these results for summer camp for boys. Here it is right here. All right. So let's go. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter, Umar. I have all the receipts, and we also have your IRS filings. And that's all anyone would need to know how much money you raised since 2014, or at least to get a educated estimate on how much. And my best estimate at this point is around $3 million. Again, what I can prove without a shadow of a doubt, however, is $1.9 million. So let's go to 2016. And Umar was in Memphis, back-to-back Memphis. This is from May 16th of 2016. And listen to what Umar says here at the 1 hour and 8 minute mark. And I'm gonna go a little bit ahead of that. That way I can pull up this other video.
Let me be clear. The black boy's problem is not his problem. He's not the one with the problem. See, the black boy is twice discriminated against. First, he gets discriminated against because he's black. And then he gets discriminated against because he's male. Why you say that, Dr. Umar? Because 97% of America's teachers are middle-class white women. See, the problem ain't learning. The problem is learning from her. And why do you say a white teacher can teach like a black teacher? Maybe so, but you better realize something. You cannot teach somebody you don't like. And a child can't learn from somebody they don't trust. And that's why we're going to build the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy. some of my contemporaries are jealous of the fact that y'all helped me raise $700,000 so far.
Okay, so Umar is stating $700,000 May 16th of 2016. So in 2016, he's telling people that he raised $700,000. But I have Umar in an interview in 2020 saying that he raised $850,000. The point is that from 2016 through 2020, the math would show that Umar Johnson raised only $150,000. Yeah. Again, in 2016, he said 700,000. I have on record saying 850. Someone said it was 800,000. Was it 800,000? Dominique? I thought it was 850. The point is that there's a difference of, I mean, if it was 800, that's even worse. That would mean that if that's what the video, he was being interviewed. This would mean that from 2017, 18, 19, and 2020, Umar Johnson only raised $150,000 over the course of 4 years. He's a con man. He's a scammer. This makes sense to people. Hit the one. I was trying to find that video. I believe it's from 2020. Yeah, it's from 2020. Maybe it's 800,000. Maybe that's why. No, that's not coming out up either. Yeah, I'll try. I'm gonna keep looking for it as we go through this video. But that's not all. Let's listen to what else he says here. Watch this.
And some of them are jealous of my 6 degrees and jealous that I'm the most requested black scholar on the planet and that I'm cuter than them.
There you go. That's a
And I'm
narcissist.
swagalicious with my degrees.
Okay, room 130. You cuter than them.
But we gonna build that school, y'all. I promise you that. I don't know where it's gonna be, but I do know it's coming. We still want St. Paul's College, the HBCU down in Virginia that closed down 3 years ago. They still trying to sell it for $2 million. I don't know why. The school been sitting there empty for 3 years, which means the quality of the upkeep is dropping, which means the value of the campus is low. So let me tell you what I plan on doing. When we cross the $1 million mark, probably around the end of the summer, I'm gonna go back to St. Paul's and give them an ultimatum.
Okay, $1 million at the end of the summer would be at the end of the summer of 2016. That's $1 million at the end of 2000. At least let's just go with the end of 2016. I know we still get into fall, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. How do you go from 2016 saying, and I got another video in 2016 where he said he was there at $1 million. How do you go from $1 million in 2016 to in 2024, you're telling people that you haven't raised $1 million yet? How do you go from raising $1 million by the summer of 2016, but then in 2020, you're telling people that you raised $850,000? One more time.
Some of that money and hire my Tyrone or Tico. It is illegal to put it. Why you say that, Dr. Umar? Because 97 Marcus Garvey, RBG, International Leadership Academy. And some of my contemporaries are jealous of the fact that y'all helped me raise $700,000 so far. And some of them are jealous of my 6 degrees and jealous that I'm the most requested black scholar on the planet and that I'm cuter than them. And I'm swagalicious with my degrees. But we gonna build that school, y'all. I promise you that. I don't know where it's gonna be, but I do know it's coming. We still want St. Paul's College. The HBCU down in Virginia that closed down 3 years ago, they still trying to sell it for $2 million. I don't know why. The school been sitting there empty for 3 years, which means the quality of the upkeep is dropping, which means the value of the campus is low. So let me tell you what I plan on doing. When we cross the $1 million mark, probably around the end of the summer, I'm gonna go back to St. Paul's and give them all.
Again, I'm gonna leave it right there, but you guys see my point? This is 2016. So in 2016, I have another video where he says that he raised $1 million in 2016. How do you go from those figures to that by the time we get to 2020, Umar's saying that he had $850,000. Where did $150,000 go? Plus all the plus 2017, 18, and 19, and part of 2020. Almost 4 more years of collecting donations, but the donation amount goes down by $150,000. It'll all be inside the documentary. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
And said, let me clarify a couple of things about FD. Now, you can ask all the questions you want, but if you're just a struggle streamer, you just looking for content so you can just run with some negativity, I'm not giving you no answers. With that being said, let me clarify a couple of things about FDMG. The fundraiser began on April the 12th of 2014 in St. Louis. Originally, we wanted to purchase the HBCU.
Okay, remember, the question was an update. That's new information. What Umar does is he starts talking in circles. He doesn't answer the question directly because there is no update. It's a long con. It's a scam.
St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Southern Virginia. HBCU for sale, they wanted $2 million. A buddy of mine called me up and said, Doc, there's an HBCU for sale for $2 million.
Okay, no, this ain't got nothing to do with no FDMG update in 2026.
Of course, we hadn't even.
This is what you call deflection.
Started raising money yet. So the fundraiser began. We lost. The Chinese purchased it. And I'm embarrassed that Black people let another race purchase an HBCU.
See that? He blames it on Black people.
Built by our ancestors coming out of slavery.
Black people who gave him money for free for a school that don't exist.
Chinese have the St. Paul's. So we said, okay, we can't get St. Paul's. Let's keep on raising this money and let's try to just get a regular day school. So we started traveling all over the world. As I told you earlier, we almost ended up in Atlanta. The big issue with the early school search is once these property owners found out who I was, and let me be clear, most of the properties that we were interested in during our school search from 2014 to 2019 was Roman Catholic schools because they take good care of their property. I thought we were going to end up in Detroit also. Detroit had about 5 Catholic schools that we had enough money to buy. And once they found out who I was, they wouldn't sell. There was another Catholic school in money earning Mount Vernon, New York.
After excuse.
They wanted to lease it clean. I said, we ready to lease. They called the Vatican in Rome. He told me this. He said, half the Catholic schools in America are managed directly from Rome. I did not know that. So he had to call the Vatican and ask them if it was okay to lease the school to Dr. Umar. They said no. So a big part of the delay was.
One of the things, again, we were talking about this last week when we deal with pathological liars, narcissists, pathological liars, is they just don't tell a story. They tell a whole outlandish story that's so far over the top that it's ridiculous. But sometimes the ridiculosity of it, sometimes the levels of ridiculosity is so great that people believe it. So now, as Edward, Brother Edwards said, Captain Edwards, I should say, the Romans sabotaged the shit. Yeah, he be telling old tales. He just be making up, and he keeps going. It's Rome's fault. Caesar's fault. What's up, Reed? It's Caesar. Caesar's a. Let me stop. He said it's the Vatican. Here we go. See, he doesn't answer the question outright. This is what charlatans do. They don't give you a direct answer. There's this whole big narrative, and it gets so ridiculous. It gets so ridiculous. All right.
To lease it clean. I said, we ready to lease. They called the Vatican in Rome. He told me this. He said, half the Catholic schools in America are managed directly from Rome. I did not know that. So he had to call the Vatican and ask them if it was okay to lease the school to Dr. Umar. They said no. So a big part of the delay was we couldn't get nobody who would sell us the property that we wanted, right? So we ended up in Wilmington, Delaware. We bought the school in 2019, only 5 years. All black money, no white financiers, no white bank. Purchasing a school in 5 years from the people's money from the community, I see no problem with that. So we get the school in February 7th of 2019, and we've been renovating it since. February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school.
This past Saturday, he completed all the renovations on the school. Isn't that convenient too? Like the last time he was in, he said, yeah, they're putting down the tile. Well, why haven't he shown this yet? All the renovations are done. Everything's done. This video, ladies and gentlemen, is from January 19th of 2026. But what the receipts show and the evidence and what my research shows is that Umar in 2023, I believe it was August of 2023, stated that renovations were complete. Here's the receipt.
Johnson, he took his first FDMG Academy donation on April 14, 2014.
I want to say thank you to all my donors. Where are my donors at? How many of y'all been donating since the first fundraiser, April the 14th, St. Louis 2014?
On April 3rd, 2025, Umar Johnson said the following.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. Hold on one second. Yeah, this is the, yeah, I need to update this. This is what I'll have for you guys. I shouldn't even play because this is for tomorrow. I'm sorry. I can't wait to show, but we're not going to do that one yet. Oh, I see what I did. Hold on one second. Y'all give me 1 second. Yeah, I exported. Let me re-export it. I don't think I dropped it. I think actually, no, I have it. I have it in the other folder, but let me, I'll just re-export it that way and put it on my desktop. I got a beast of a computer, so it's ain't gonna take but a minute. And I'll just label this, this is from 2023, Umar Johnson states renovations are complete. All right, and I'll export this to my downloads folder so we can get right to it. It's exporting now. Give me 1 second, or give me, it looks like it's gonna take about 1 minute and 20 seconds. Okay, so let me get back in here and I'll just rewind this just a little bit.
Why were we delayed so to lease the school to Dr. Umar? They said no. So a big part of the delay was we couldn't get nobody who would sell us the property that we wanted. Right.
Again, this is it's always someone else's fault. He never holds himself accountable.
So we ended up in Wilmington.
And then when he finally gets these abandoned buildings in February of 2019, he's been sitting on them now for almost 7 years. But he's going to have an excuse for that too.
Delaware. We bought the school in 2019, only 5 years. All black money, no white financiers, no white bank. Purchasing a school in 5 years from the people's money from the community, I see no problem with that.
Okay, remember, Umar Johnson stated that this was back in 2010, January 6th of 2010. Promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. This school is supposed to open in 2013, but Umar's talking about how it's been 5 years, that it took him 5 years. No, it took Umar and not at least 9 years from this post right here, 9 years to acquire these abandoned buildings. But since conception in 2014, it took Umar, 15 years? But he's not going to tell you guys that. That's why the research is important and having a timeline. I have a timeline that's it's good, right? Really good. But see, Umar, as a master manipulator, he's going to downplay the time by speaking semantically. See, he says 5 years from 2014, but he doesn't talk about how it's been almost 7 years. In 2 weeks, it'd be 7 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings. He's not going to tell people that it's been that the school's going to open, supposed to open September 11, 2013. That it's over 12 years late. He's not going to tell people that in 2010 he gave a grand opening date, which was 16 years ago, and he's not going to tell people that he conceptualizes in 2004. Which would mean that this school scam's been ongoing for 20. That's not right. Is that right? My goodness gracious, shit. He conceptualized in 2004. It's 2026. It's been almost 22 years. He ain't gonna tell people that's crazy. Boy, that's crazy.
Right? So we ended up in Wilmington, Delaware. We bought the school in 2019. Only 5 years. All black money, no white financiers, no white bank. Purchasing a school in 5 years from the people's money from the community, I see no problem with that. So we get the school in February 7th of 2019, and we've been renovating it since. February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school.
All right. So he's saying that this past Saturday, he completed all the renovations in the school. So that's January 19th. This is when it premiered. January 9th. This come up the January 19th of 2026 was when this appeared on YouTube. But he says this past Saturday. So we can safely say, educated guess, that for January 16th, 2026, renovations were complete. But what the receipts show, if we go back to 2023, listen to what Umar says here.
Johnson, he took his first FDMG Academy donation on April 14, 2014.
I want to say thank you to all my donors. Where are my donors at? How many of y'all been donating since the first fundraiser, April the 14th, St. Louis 2014?
On April 3rd, 2025, Umar Johnson said the following on It's Up There podcast.
Now, because all this has to be updated. This isn't the right one. Why does this one keep coming up? See, all this, I don't understand. Hold on one second. Let me go look and check this out. Renovations are complete. I thought this is the one I pulled up. Let me try it again. Yeah, what's going on with my Premiere Pro? That makes me concerned. Hold on one second, everybody. Let me go back.
We delayed so much. And a big part of the delay was we couldn't get nobody who would sell us the property that we wanted. Right? So we ended up in Wilmington, Delaware. We bought the school in 2019. Only 5 years. All black money, no white financiers, no white bank. Purchasing a school in 5 years from the people's money from the community.
I think I know why. Okay, I think I know what happened.
So we get the school in February 7th of 2019, and we've been renovating it since. February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school. Why were we delayed so much? And I'm not even going to call it delay because I believe in divine timing. If it didn't happen yet, it wasn't supposed to. You feel me? That's my position. But
okay, so divine timing. So I guess he's blaming the delay on God. It is. I know he said only 5 years. It just goes to show you what the standard has been set so low. But this guy, is he blaming God now? I mean, you know it's bad when you start blaming God for the reason why these trap bandos, still aren't complete. That's sad. Okay, I see what happened. There's just one thing I didn't change in my settings here, like a goofball. I was getting worried because Premiere Pro, me and Premiere Pro go back decades. Okay, so if it stopped working, boy, I'm gonna be tripping. No wonder why it took so long to export. I should have recognized that because it's only taking 5 seconds now. So I was wondering why it was going to take 1 minute and 20 seconds. Okay, so here we go.
If we want to look at this practically, the reason it took us 7 years to do the renovations is because the black contractors, I'm going to say it.
Here he go. But let's go back. Here we go.
The Vatican and asked them if it was okay to lease the school to Dr. Umar. They said no. So a big part of the delay was we couldn't get nobody who would sell us the property that we wanted. Right? So we ended up in Wilmington, Delaware. We bought the school in 2019. Only 5 years. All black money, no white financiers, no white bank. Purchasing a school in 5 years from the people's money from the community, I see no problem with that. So we get the school in February 7th of 2019, and we've been renovating it since. February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school.
See him blinking and shit? So this past Saturday, again, best guess here is he's talking about January 17th of 2026. Renovations were complete. But if we go back to August of 2023, watch this.
I am proud and I am pleased to announce to you at this moment, Black August 11th, of 2023. I'm live, King. Black August 11th of 2023. I'm on a live stream, King. I'm here for a minute, though. Swing back around. Okay, I got you. That we have finally completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I'ma say it again. Today, August 11th, 2023, Black August, we have completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence.
Okay. So how is it possible that renovations were complete August 11th of 2023, but then they're again complete January 19th of 2026?
February 7th of 2019, and we've been renovating it since. February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school. Why?
Hit the one. Hit the one. Well, Umar, he's a pathological liar. I don't even understand why it is that people still. You see, I've been trying to stay out this chat room. He re-renovated it. Okay. I don't even understand why Umar Johnson followers still believe this guy. He lies so much, and I have proof of all of it. He stated in August of 2023 that renovations were complete, emphatically stated. I'm going to play a little more of that video. But then in this video from January 19th of 2026 that appears today online, he says that last week he completed renovations, which would have been last Friday, which would have been January 16th. Let me write this down. January 16th of 2026, he's saying now, but he also said August. What did he say? What was it? August 11th, I believe, of 2023. So how is it possible that renovations were complete August 11th of 2023? And then they're complete. Then he states that renovations were complete January 16th of 2026. See, the math ain't mathing. And I have examples in 2023 where renovations weren't complete clearly. As a matter of fact, if I remember, because I'm doing something else right now, if I remember, I'll pull it up. All right. But you guys see, Umar, he's a pathological liar. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what else I can tell his followers for them to realize the truth that he's been lying about this FDMG school scam from the jump. What's up, D-That's-all?
Why were we delayed so much? And I'm not even, this past February 7th of 2026 will be 7 years. This past Saturday, we completed all the renovations on the school. Why were we delayed so much? And I'm not even.
I am proud and I am pleased.
Okay, so the previous videos from 2026, a couple of days ago, based on what Umar's saying last Friday. And then here is a video from August 11th of 2023. I'll play the whole thing.
I am proud and I am pleased to announce to you at this moment, Black August 11th of 2023. I'm live, King. Black August 11th of 2023. I'm on a live stream, King. I'm here for a minute, though. Swing back around. Okay, I got you. That we have finally completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I'm going to say it again. Today, August 11th, 2023, Black August, we have completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I got to say it one more time. I gotta say it one more time because it feels good to finally say that after everything we've been through the past 4 years and 6 months. It feels good to finally say that after everything we've been through the past 9 years and 6 months since we began the fundraiser. I am proud to report to all my African family around the world, because this is a Pan-African school, a Pan-African mission. And this school came together by all members of the African family around the world. So Africa is celebrating with us. The Caribbean is celebrating with us. Our European African brothers and sisters, the ones in Asia, in Australia, Canada, and the South Pacific, my Brazilian Africans, my Honduran Africans, we got Cuban Africans and Rican Africans who are celebrating with us. We did it, brothers and sisters. They finished the HVAC today. We did it, brothers and sisters. We did it, brothers and sisters. Electric is done. HVAC is done. Plumbing is done. Sprinklers is done. Fire is done. Burglar is done. All systems are done.
All right. So again, this is from 2023. He's saying that renovations are complete. And he's not just saying that they're complete. He's emphatically stating it as if he's bragging about it, that it's done. No, renovations weren't done. Okay. And that's why, and they're still not done, even though in the video that we're watching today, Umar's saying here in 2026 that renovations were just completed this past Friday. That's not true either. I can guarantee you that. He has a history of lying like this. The point that I want to make is that if you do the research with Umar and you're clear about a timeline, you'll see he lied. He's a pathological liar. Just hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm just... Okay, here we go. Yeah, let me, I want to export something else. But I just want to be clear about that Umar Johnson, he's a pathological liar. And this is another example of him lying about renovations. He lied then. I want, real quick, why did Umar lie back in 2023? Because you can't say renovations were done in 2023 and then clearly renovations weren't done. That's what the video evidence shows. But then you say again that the renovations are complete in 2026. So either you are lying about 2023 or you're lying about 2026 or you're lying about both. Okay, Umar's lying about both, but why did he lie about 2023? He lied about 2023 so that he can get more donations out of people. It's that simple. All right, hold on 1 second, everybody. Yeah, okay, let me export this right quick. This is a short clip from 2020. Okay, let me export this. This should take just a matter of seconds. I believe this is where he says $850,000. Okay, let me export this real quick. Okay. So that's done. But before we move on to that, what I want to do is I want to give you guys video evidence of that shows that Umar lied here on August 11th, 2023. Okay, so keep this in mind. August 11th, 2023.
I am proud and I am pleased to announce to you at this moment, Black August 11th of 2023. I'm live, King. Black August 11th of 2023. I'm on a live stream, King. I'm here for a minute, though. Swing back around. Okay, I got you. That we have finally completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I'm going to say it again. Today, August 11th, 2023, Black August, we have completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence.
Okay, so August 11th of 2023, Umar is stating that renovations were complete. Okay, August 11th of 2023. We're going to go to December 17th of 2023. Okay, about a month and 1 week later. And tell me if renovations are complete. Here we go.
One more lesson, and then we get to why y'all here. We painted this gym about 2-3 years ago. We had a paint day. People volunteered. It was about 13 of us. We knocked it out over the.
Does this look like renovations are complete? I'll ask the question, are renovations complete based upon the video evidence? This again is a month and 1 week after Umar Johnson states that renovations are complete. Watch.
In about a week, I want to say. Right. Brother Manny was with us. You remind me of Brother Manny a little bit.
Let me skip through.
We was Xavier, the energy to Jesus, Noah. You see that?
This looks like it's
That's
renovated.
SU
completely renovated. Remember, he said it's completely renovated.
You know why he's at the door? Because you don't talk to no spirit without his permission. SU don't like purpose of life.
Let's go to the outside. This is the small gym. Let's go to the outside.
Virginia. His father, I just came back from Africa on my way. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who's right behind me on the wall, Marcus Garvey said,
does this look like renovations are complete? Look.
You know why I'm still upset? I didn't buy enough.
Does it look like the renovations are complete? Okay, let's go inside. This is a month and 6 days after Umar announced that renovations were complete back in 2023. And you guys tell me, are renovations complete? You look like renovations complete to y'all? Yeah, still boarded up. Shit all over the place. Let me let this play.
Unless I make one of those classrooms to make on. But I think I keep it here.
It look renovated?
Yeah, it's nice, man.
But you said any one of them could do it though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I keep
Shout out to Maria.
that in mind.
It's
But
more with the aesthetic over there.
And the homies.
Too, you got that whole like, you got the.
They look like renovations complete to y'all? If renovations are complete, then why is the white man, why is he in here doing work to renovation work? If renovations are complete, why is this white man walking through the front door
all done?
at this time?
Did you need to?
Wet, freezing.
Excuse
so
me.
it's done.
Let me go back. I apologize. I have to clear my throat.
Yeah, I got my hand all wet.
Okay. All done?
Yeah.
Did you need to bleed it like you said to get the water
Yeah,
out?
I got my hand all wet, freezing.
I thought renovations were complete.
Okay, so it's done.
Yeah, so everything's good. Yeah,
Okay.
so I just left it open.
Okay.
So yeah, in the summertime, when you turn it back on, it'll just.
Okay, I'm going to let this play to the end, or at least almost to the end, and I'm going to pull up another video from 2024. Because remember, he said, Umar stated on August 11th that August 11th of 2023 that renovations were complete. And then this video is from a month and a week later, and he's saying that renovations are complete. Okay, they're not. I'm gonna let this play, and I'm going to pull up something from 2024.
Run for a little bit.
Okay. And so up here, we'll take a look at the classrooms. They're all basically the same size. As you can see, nice space. We took the old carpet off the floor. So most of these floors are going to be retiled. Some of them are going to be recarpeted. These 3 classrooms in a row that you see, including the one you're standing in, one is going to be a parent visitor center. Another one is going to be a student activity room. And the third one is probably going to be a library. But these 3 are going to be more multi-purpose, not instructional. Instructional won't be the long haul because we don't want the kids so close to the front. So this one, so let's say you're a parent, you picking your kid up, but you got 2 hours, you just want to chill. We have the TV in here, refrigerator with some water, a nice couch. You know, parent visitor center. So I want it to be a little different than what you see at the regular schools. You feel me?
You're a lot different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because the renovations aren't complete. It look like renovations complete.
This is so interesting to see this being built from scratch. Oh, this is
No, straight down the hall that way. This way, black man is looking at you. See that room looking at you?
Right there?
Yep. Right at the end.
Oh, man. I'm loving this.
The other thing too, you got to access the point.
It gets you in a learning mentality. You just want to pick up a book and start reading.
Tell me what we need to stretch it all the way down.
Yes.
Now, I was thinking about making this my office and conference room. I'm thinking about making that and this. One will be my office and then one will be a conference room. So let's say I got to have a meeting. This is what I'm thinking because we have an exit on the side. So I figured nobody can get past me. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
So I was thinking about, and plus it is kind of loud in the hallway. My visitors aren't bothered by that. I did want my office a little larger, but I can live with it. I can live with it.
For sure.
I can,
Honestly, me, my personal opinion. So I had my office at my place before.
Okay.
I moved it to my house, and I have like a section in my house.
Right.
And it seemed like for some reason I work better. I
At your
think
house.
because it's more,
I'm the
it's
opposite.
smaller.
Okay.
So because I do all the sticky notes, I
Yes,
put
sir.
everything.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to organize it, but it's like more. It's smaller, but I was like, and
I
I
can
don't
work
like
on
that. I don't like it. I don't like.
Yeah, Umar's like powerful, powerful. Does it look like it's renovated in here, completed? Okay, again, 2023. He said it was renovated a month before this particular video, a month and 6 days before this video. Clearly, it's not renovated. We got 1,700 people in the building. If y'all enjoyed the show, because we're actually getting close to winding this down, if you can hit the like button, I appreciate it. We're back tomorrow to live stream again, have something special for you all, and then we'll do after that live stream. It won't be a long one. We have a special members only live stream. I'll be releasing the next segment of the documentary. It's a rough draft. It's about 44 minutes long. Okay. If y'all can hit that like button and make sure you vote on that poll, I'll appreciate that. So far, does Umar Johnson update his donors? We got 2,163 votes. 7% said yes. 93% said no. Okay. Again, if you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. It helps a lot to get this out into the algorithm. And starting this year, the algorithm has been real messed up with YouTube. I actually researched that. We ain't going to get into that right now. Anyway, I'm going to let this play a little bit more. And then I'm going to play something from 2024. Because obviously he said renovations were complete in 2023. We should see evidence of that in 2024. We don't see it in 2023 after he made that announcement. Clearly, renovations are complete. He lied about it.
Okay. But when I did it, I found myself really comfortable. It worked for me.
Wow.
So a smaller office might not be a bad.
I see what you're saying, less distraction.
Yes.
Because you have more going on. The bigger it is, the more you want to put in there. Yeah.
Walking around.
Yeah.
Looking out the window.
I got you. I got you. This is male bathroom right there. Water fountain. But you know, we probably gonna get water brought in. Girls' bathroom.
I thought Waters was all
doors fixed because they broke.
Hear that?
Computer room.
Okay, wait a minute. I thought he said renovations were complete. Didn't he say the water too, that the water was done in the video that I played earlier from 2023? Yeah, all renovations were complete, but now he's saying they got to get water brought in. He just making up shit.
But you know, we probably gonna get water brought in. Girls' bathroom. We got to get the doors fixed because they broke. You know.
But I thought renovations. Oh my God! I thought renovations were complete.
Computer.
Look at this. Look at this.
Room.
He got two doors. One is just leaning up against the side. Neither one of them have a door handle. The other one looked like where Umar was gnawing on it when he turned it to alter beast, a werewolf. It looked like renovations are complete.
Now you see the offices.
He lies so much.
Classrooms are kind of large. Yes. But I'm not ruling out making one of them the studio though. But y'all saying y'all don't need that much space for that.
Nah, y'all need a huge studio.
Could the studio?
The bigger the space, the more money you're gonna have to spend. Soundproof it.
So let me ask you this: could a studio partner with somebody?
Yeah, they're talking about building a studio in here. It's supposed to be a school for black boys. And he ain't renovated not one room, but he trying to scam them to get them to probably give them some money. I'm speculating support for so they can put a music studio in here in the hood. You just ridiculous.
If I something that wouldn't really
broadcasting, podcasting, all kinds of stuff. This is a double room or something?
See, the paint job wasn't bad, and this needs touch up, obviously, clearly, but it wouldn't look horrible like it look now. Again, he works backwards. He actually makes things worse.
Damn, this shit.
It look like renovations are done.
Makes sense too.
I got a lot of stories in there too. A lot of sad stories.
Womp womp.
Let me ask y'all this. Yeah, this is too small. Is this the same size? I was thinking about this, but I know this is too small. Because that's it.
It's a nurse station.
It ain't gotta be though. I might put the nurse in the front, but that's too small for the sound, right?
Small, yeah.
Okay.
For the sound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too small. Okay.
Small. I mean, like once again.
You got this staff room?
Yeah. Talk to me.
Like this would be great, but it has the bathrooms already in it.
No, you can't turn the bathrooms into a music studio. Cut it out. Anyway, this looks like renovations are complete. Let me just skip through. This guy right here looking like, what the what the All right, almost at the end of this. Clearly, renovations are not complete. Umar lied. You know, we can ask the question, it's a critical question. Why did he lie about this? Well, because he wanted money. In fact, he was fiending like a dope fiend in that other video. So that's why he comes up with this lie about how renovations were complete, because he needed money.
I am proud and I am pleased to announce to you at this moment, Black August 11th of 2023. I'm live, King. Black August 11th of 2023. I'm on a live stream, King. I'm here for a minute, though. Swing back around. Okay, I got you. That we have finally completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I'm going to say it again. Today, August 11th, 2023, Black August, we have completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I gotta say it one more time. I gotta say it one more time because it feels good to finally say that after everything we've been through the past 4 years and 6 months. It feels good to finally say that after everything we've been through the past 9 years and 6 months since we began the fundraiser. I am proud to report to all my African family around the world, because this is a Pan-African school, a Pan-African mission. And this school came together by all members of the African family around the world. So Africa is celebrating with us. The Caribbean is celebrating with us. Our European African brothers and sisters, the ones in Asia, in Australia, Canada, and the South Pacific, my Brazilian Africans, my Honduran Africans, we got Cuban Africans and Rican Africans who are celebrating with us. We did it, brothers and sisters. They finished the HVAC today. We did it, brothers and sisters. We did it, brothers and sisters. Electric is done. HVAC is done. Plumbing is done. Sprinklers is done. Fire is done. Burglar is done. All systems are done.
Again, if water was done, why did Umar say in that other video that they're going to have to bring water in? All right. So again, 2023, Umar Johnson states that the renovations are complete. I just showed you videos from 2023 that clearly show that the renovations were complete. But what about 2024? I'll mute the music. This is from May 11th of 2024. Does it look like renovations are complete? That's a shorter video. Clearly, renovations aren't complete. Here's another one. This is Umar being a pervert too right here. He has a history of that type of behavior. He'll start his live stream with on people's backside or on their body parts. This is from May 11th of 2024. Are renovations complete? No. He stated the renovations were complete August 11th of 2023. There's no audio to this. He had senior citizens in here doing this. There go what's her name. She get on my nerve now because she called Sister Marianne Lawrence trying to patch things up on Umar's behalf. Can't remember her name right now, but y'all know what I'm talking about. It look like renovations are complete. Clearly, they're not complete. Let me skip through. Listen, lady, that's a senior citizen lady in here working. Sad. Umar ain't got no shame. So clearly, renovations are not complete. Right? Here's another one from August 4th of 2025.
Peace and Pan Africanism.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I just played you 2024. Clearly, they're not complete. And here's 2025. We watched this recently.
Peace and Pan.
Which one of them? Let's get it done. Let's get it done. It's time to stop playing games.
Complete.
Let's finish what we started.
Okay, August 4th of 2025, renovations are not complete, even though Umar Johnson stated that renovations were complete August 11th of 2023. This is almost 2 years later.
Let's finish what we started, the FDMG Academy for Pan-African excellence. Brothers and sisters, which one of those blues match the wall, brothers and sisters? We got to.
So he's trying to put tile down. So why would you have to put tile down 2 years after renovations are complete? All right, I'm belaboring the point at this time, okay? But here again, clearly renovations are not complete. I'm not going to play this, but this is the toilet video. Clearly renovations are not complete here either. I'm just going to skip through, and I apologize if anything pops up on the screen. Someone made a comment that I don't think. Oh my God, I apologize. Someone that made a comment like there's no toilet paper. They didn't see toilet paper in those stalls. So it's just anyway. I'm gonna leave it right there. Clearly, renovations are not complete because Umar actually starts walking around at some point. He really flips out in this video big time. I don't think this is the longer version. I have a longer version where he's walking around. Maybe this is it. Let me see. Yeah, I'll start right here.
Brand new toilets.
Does it look like renovations are complete?
I don't even believe.
Yeah. Remember, Lenon talked about Umar does this. He'll buy a whole bunch of something and just lets it sit there. And this is an example of that.
Long in the toilet. This is insane.
And he threw I didn't even realize that he threw this. And I'm not going to play it. I promise people, I'm not going to play the whole thing. This is one of the most disgusting videos I've ever seen, period. Not just Umar, but just period. But he cleans the toilet that's filled with feces. And I think at this point he's already scrubbed, but he throws the wand. That can't be right. There's no way that's what happened. This has to be after. It has to be after. There's no way. Yeah. So let me take them because he's not. I mean, yeah. Let's. Oh, here it is right here. So he goes into this other room. Here's the hoarding situation. Watch.
We don't need a plumber. The plumbing is fine. We just got to clean. Here we go with the know-it-all.
See this? Does it look like renovations are complete? This is in 2025. This is a year and 11 months after he said the renovations were complete.
Everything, built nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to organize. It's a hoarder situation.
Plumbing already been repaired and everything else. Ain't nothing wrong with the plumbing. I know we had a scrubber.
Yeah, see, he doesn't know where to go, what to do, where to find things. It's actually quite sad.
Or a rag. Here we go. Some bleach and some bathroom cleaner. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, clearly renovations are not complete. Okay, he's going to go back in there and start spreading fecal matter all over the place. So I'm going to leave that right there. And then here's one more video I'll just skip through from 2025.
From the John Jacques Dessalines, Prophet Nat Turner, Jim
Yeah, renovations aren't complete. Look at this. It's a hoarder situation here. This used to be cleared out too. It's a hoarder situation. And it's really bad too, especially in the side rooms, because he goes back in, I believe. And we're almost done too, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning on in. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. We'll do 2 tomorrow. One our regular scheduled programming, and then after that, we'll have a special live stream for members only. You're encouraged, or I shouldn't say it that way, but if you like, you can become a member. And I'll be releasing the next segment of the documentary. It's a rough draft. It's about 44 minutes long. And it goes from 2006 through 2010, Umar Johnson timeline. But anyway, he goes back into these buildings, into this small gym. Already passed it, but when he goes in, there's in these small side rooms that used to be cleared out, there's trash stacked and just junk stacked all the way up the wall. You can't even walk into it. But anyway, we don't have to rehash that. So the point is that clearly renovations were not complete in 2023. They were not complete in 2024. They were not complete in 2025. Umar stated in 2023, August 11th of 2023, that renovations were complete. He lied. And then now he's saying that renovations were complete this past Friday, which would have been January 16th of 2026. Now, do I believe that renovations are complete now? Absolutely not. He's a pathological liar. Right? The other thing too is Umar, he paints himself into a corner too. He's painting himself into a corner because now he can't go up there and live stream on the interior and show the interior because he's going to be exposed for lying about renovations being complete this past Friday in 2026. So he's painted himself in a corner. That's why I think me reporting on Umar is important, because it holds him accountable. Time and time again, I've held him accountable. Quick Chat's held him accountable too. Time and time again. And this blatant lying that Umar Johnson does, and blaming other people, and it's the archdiocese and all this, it's Rome. Come on, I mean, it gets outlandish. He never holds himself accountable. But the truth of the matter is and there's no transparency. The truth of the matter is that it was always about money with Umar. It was never about actually opening up a functional school. It doesn't take. He conceptualized this again in 2004. It doesn't take around 22 years to get something done. Again, Umar has raised a bare minimum of $1,923,499, and we're not counting 2025, we're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. And he has nothing to show for it except these abandoned buildings up there in Wilmington, Delaware. That now he's saying renovations are complete in 2026, but he already said that in 2023. All right, I think I've proven my point on that. Real quick, I have the other. Actually, did I export this? Let me see. Let me see if I exported this, because there's something that I missed earlier, and I just want to have this archived here for everyone. Yeah, here it is right here. So this is from 2020. I want you guys to listen to what Umar Johnson says in this 2020 video. This is the last time Umar Johnson updated people on how much money he raised. Okay, check this out.
Not many people who can raise nearly $1 million. We have not passed $1 million yet. I know.
Okay, you see how he's saying we haven't passed $1 million yet in 2020, but I already played the video in 2016, and there's another video in 2016 where he says he already raised $1 million. But I played the video where he said by the summer of 2016 he should have $1 million. Wasn't that in 2016? But then here we are in 2020, and he's saying that he hasn't raised $1 million. He's still telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million. He said that in 2024. Well, like I said, the receipts show conclusively at a bare minimum, he's raised $1,923,499. But we're just going back to 2020 here.
Keep saying, oh, he's not many people who can raise nearly $1 million. We have not passed $1 million yet. I know people keep saying, oh, he's collected $1 million. No, we haven't. We have. I will let you know when that happens. When we have received a total donations, total brothers and sisters, from the first day of the fundraiser, when I took a donation in St. Louis, Missouri.
See this narrative? He always goes there.
To pay the attorney to offer a bid for St. Paul's College. I'm including all that. From that first donation
See, now he's saying April of 2014, but he also says May. Okay, I know it may seem irrelevant, but he doesn't even have this story straight.
Nation from the St. Louis, Missouri community to the last donation that's in the P.O. box today. Add that all up, okay? And we have not crossed $1 million. We have not crossed $1 million, okay? So we haven't raised $1 million in 6 years, which I'm still happy though. I'm still happy. I believe we're at about 850,000, which basically means we raised another 100,000 since we bought the school. So we raised about $100,000 since February.
Okay, if he raised $100,000 since he purchased the abandoned buildings, then why does he report $500,000 in cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account in 2020 to the IRS? Furthermore, like I said earlier, and I played it earlier, I'm gonna play it again. If we go back to 2016, May 16th of 2016, take a listen.
Teach somebody you don't like, and a child can't learn from somebody they don't trust. And that's why we're going to build the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RPG International Leadership Academy. And some of my contemporaries are jealous of the fact that y'all helped me raise $700,000 so far. And some of them are jealous of my 6 degrees and jealous that I'm the most requested black scholar on the planet and that I'm cuter than them. And I'm
Here we go, room 130.
swagalicious with my degrees. But we gonna build that school, y'all. I promise you that. I don't know where it's gonna be, but I do know it's coming. We still want St. Paul's College. The HBCU down in Virginia that closed down 3 years ago, they still trying to sell it for $2 million. I don't know why. The school been sitting there empty for 3 years, which means the quality of the upkeep is dropping, which means the value of the campus is low. So let me tell you what I plan on doing. When we cross the $1 million mark, probably around the end of the summer, I'm gonna go back to St. Paul's and give them an ultimatum and say, listen, I got $1 million.
You see this? He's talking about $1 million at the end of the summer 2016. I also have a video of him talking about he raised $1 million in 2016. I played this many times. Here you go. This is December of 2016. So the video that we're watching here is from May 16th of 2016. And he's saying by the end of the summer that he would have $1 million. And then the video I'm playing next is from December 22nd of 2016. And Umar says that he's raised $1 million. And he says almost, but he says initially says we raised $1 million. Watch this.
Lunch box 6872 Philadelphia. I need some Christmas gifts. You feel me?
Here we go.
You feel me? So I need y'all to make them donations. GoFundMe.com/Dr. Umar. Get them donations up. I need some Christmas gifts. You feel me? I need that Kwanzaa. So make sure y'all drop something in the mail. FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 6872, Philadelphia, PA 19132. We're going to get one of these schools. We already know that. The one in Pennsylvania wasn't bad either. You feel me? The one in Pennsylvania wasn't bad either. So you know, it's me, yours truly, the Prince of Pan Africanism. We down here in Baltimore. Shout out to Baltimore. Dr. Umar's in town. I'm going to see everybody Monday. I'm going to check y'all out on Monday, Downtown Cultural Arts Center, 401 North Howard Street. Make sure y'all come on through. You know what I mean? But I'm liking this school right here, Baltimore, Frederick Douglass City. Frederick Douglass City. Can we do it? Can we do it? What's up? Can we do it? Maryland, DC, DMV. What's good? I need everybody to make them donations. Go to GoFundMe, drop the donations. We ain't worrying about no haters, you feel me? We too blessed to be stressed. We too blessed. Haters are shaking in the boots because they know it's coming. They know that Alpha Male Academy is coming right now. You understand? Ain't nothing they can do about it. August 21st, 2018. 82118. It's Papa season. You understand? You understand me? We about to take this Pan-African game to the next level.
Again, this video is from December 22nd of 2016. Watch what he said.
I already got the conscious community in a damn headlock. I'm about to put the whole ed world in a headlock. You understand? Baltimore, I want to see y'all Monday night. Tickets is going fast. Don't wait till the last minute. They're going to sell out. Tickets is going fast, Baltimore. I'm in your town right now. We're about to go look at another school. This is just one. We got a couple of them we doing in Baltimore today. You feel me? Then I'm going to go on up to everyone's place, grab a couple books, try to slide through the Great Blacks and Wax Museum. Y'all know I love the Great Blacks and Wax Museum. Go in there and go get recharged by the ancestors. Then I'm going to go on down to the Baltimore Harbor, bust a little grub. Actually, I'm gonna go to my favorite, one of my favorite African restaurants is in Baltimore, the Senegalese joint. Shout out to Yasa's in Chicago. You're gonna see the print soon. Jacksonville, Florida, I'm gonna see you Wednesday. Jacksonville, Florida, get ready. It's been 5 years. I'm back. I got the book now. I got that doctorate now. That's right. Prince, get ready. Detroit, next Friday, Detroit. Friday, December 30th, Detroit. Hotlanta. Atlanta about to be the first one to sell out. Atlanta love Papa. I got 3 Atlanta schools I got to look at. Atlanta, I got 3 schools in Hotlanta I got to look at next week. You understand? So I'm trying to find out which one of y'all cities going to help me get the rest of this money so we can end this shit. Let's get the school. Let's end this shit. We're going to open up the school before 821. So we got Atlanta schools coming up. We got Delaware schools. We got some Jersey schools, PA schools. I'm in Baltimore right now. Who going to step to the plate? I need y'all to call them NFL and NBA athletes. Tell them Dr. Umar need a meal. We almost got 1 meal. We need another meal. Let's step to the plate.
Okay, he says we almost got 1 meal, then he says we need another meal. So another meal could, that could be $950,000, $975,000. The point is that this is in 2016. Being around $1 million is consistent with what Umar said in this video.
I know damn well. And some of them are jealous of my sister.
Again, this video here is from May 16th of 2016. The video that we just watched is from December 22nd of 2016. So roughly about 7 months later.
And jealous that I'm the most requested black scholar on the planet and that I'm cuter than them.
He's so sassy. Real quick, let me just skip through because we almost done.
You cannot teach somebody you don't like. And a child can't learn from somebody they don't trust. And that's why we're going to build the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RPG International Leadership Academy. And some of my contemporaries are jealous of the fact that y'all helped me raise $700,000 so far.
Okay, so he's saying $700,000 May 16th of 2016. Right? And then he says by the end of the summer, he'll be at $1 million in 2016. And in the other video, he says we almost got $1 million. We need another $1 million. Okay, so it's fair to say that by the end of 2016, Umar Johnson had $1 million. But if he had $1 million or close to $1 million, we'll give him some leeway there. Why is it that in 2020 he's telling people that he has 850,000? So let's go back to the video and then we're gonna wind this down. A video from 2020. This is the last time Umar gave an update on how much money he's raised.
Not many people who can raise nearly $1 million. We have not passed $1 million yet. I know people keep saying, oh, he's collected $1 million. No, we haven't. We have, I will let you know when that happens. When we have received a total donations, total brothers and sisters, from the first day of the fundraiser, when I took a donation in St. Louis, Missouri in April to pay the attorney to offer a bid for St. Paul's College. I'm including all that. From that first donation from the St. Louis, Missouri community to the last donation that's in the P.O. box today, add that all up, okay? And we have not crossed $1 million. We have not crossed $1 million, okay? So we haven't raised $1 million in 6 years, which I'm still happy though. I'm still happy. I believe we're at about 850,000, which basically means we raised another 100,000 since we bought the school. So we raised about $100,000 since February of 2019.
Well, this guy. Well, now watch this.
To February of 2020, March, April, May, June, July, August. So we raised another $100,000 in the last 18 months.
So he's saying 18 months since February of 2019, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So this is from August of 2020. Yes, July 2019. Yeah. So in August of 2020, Umar is saying that he only raised $850,000. Okay, so let me put this on here just so that you guys can show. I want to just prove a point how much of a con man and charlatan and a liar Umar Johnson is. In 2016, it was May of 2016, Umar Johnson stated that he had raised $700,000. And then he said that by the end of the summer, he would be at $1 million. And in the other video, he said that we almost got $1 million. That was in 2016. But then in 2020, the last time he updated people on how much money he's raised, he said $850,000. How do you go from $700,000 in 2016 to $850,000 in 2020? Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, how do you go from $1 million at the end of 2016 to $850,000 in August of 2020? See, I'm always fair with Umar. I'm not lying on this guy, not one time. It's not necessary. I have the receipts, and I don't have to fabricate shit either. I don't have to spin a false narrative or lie on the guy or take a clip where he's saying one thing, but if you take it out of context, it makes it seem like he's saying something, crazy. He does say crazy shit, but you guys get my point. I don't have to do that. We're dealing with receipts, logic and reason, critical questions, and analysis. Again, I have to say it again. How do you go from raising $700,000 in May of 2016 and then $1 million at the end of 2016 to $850,000 at the end in August of 2020? He's a con man, and he's a pathological liar too. And I have all the receipts. I think I've proven my point on this. Okay. All right. Let's finish this up now. Thank you guys so much. Let me close out this poll because we're going to be done here in about 5 minutes. We had over 2,300 votes. Does Umar Johnson update his donors? 93% said no. 7% said yes. And if there's a donor out there who wants to come on the show and give us an update and show me the receipts on when he updated you and what the update was about, how much money he's raised, so forth and so on, you're welcome to do so. Thanks everyone who voted on this poll. Let me close that out. And let me check. We're at 896 likes. Okay. Let's see if we can get to I was going to say 1,000, but that's being greedy. Let's see if we can get to 900. Okay, before we get up out of here. Okay, let's finish up with the original video now. Everyone, thank you all again for tuning on in. Here we go.
Because I believe in divine timing. If it didn't happen yet, it wasn't supposed to. You feel me? That's my position. But if we want to look at this practically, the reason it took us 7 years to do the renovations is because the black contractors, I'm going to say it, the black contractors who we depended on to help us cross this finish line sooner, they scammed us, they robbed us, they never completed their work. I haven't had a single black contractor.
Yeah, so this plays on racial stereotypes of black people. Umar, I mean, he has a very low view about black people in general, but he will use racial tropes about black people and black businesses as an excuse. He never holds himself accountable whatsoever.
Quote me on this. In 7 years,
or ever, I should say,
I haven't had a black plumber, black electrician, black roofer, black HVAC, black painter, black floor person, not one black contractor who we paid to do the work ever finished what they got paid to do. Not one. So
okay, two things here. One is it's disparaging black people. And I told people back in 2019, he's going to blame black people for his failures. He never holds himself accountable whatsoever. He never holds himself accountable, I should say. The second point is that it also let's assume now that what Umar Johnson is saying true, which I don't believe, but let's just go with his narrative. If Umar Johnson, with all of the so-called black contractors that he's worked with over the last 6 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks, if you are the one, Umar, who chose these individuals and you continue to get these types of alleged results where they're stealing from the school, they're overcharging, they don't finish what they started, they're lazy, they're shiftless, they eat watermelon and fried chicken, okay? If you're the one who chose this, it goes to show you chose them. It goes to show you how inept you are when it comes to business, when it comes to construction, when it comes to a discernment, when it comes to making proper decisions after you've raised millions of dollars, bare minimum $1.9 million. I have a video where, Umar, you had Pookie and Ray Ray up there on the roof. One of them had on some And-Ones, the other one had on some house shoes. I kid you not. See, you dealing with these Pookies and Ray Rays, not to be like that, but I'm just being real. Okay, you want to deal with homeboy from around the way because you don't want to pay real professional contractors. You get Pookie and Ray Ray out here, come up here and look, you get my point. And you're gonna call them the black contractor. That's just in your mind, homeboy. If you deal with professionals, you're going to get professional work done. They're licensed and bonded. And if you handled the business and you had discernment, you had business acumen, and you knew what you was doing, you wouldn't be in the position that you're in, assuming that you're telling the truth, which I don't believe. But we're going with your false narrative, your fake narrative, and your lying ass, because you are a pathological liar. You should be ashamed of yourself, all the lying. You lie more than a lion. Damn. All right. Just keep going.
Can't nobody say shit to me about how long it took us to get this job.
Umar, don't get mad. Don't get mad. It's your failure. You're the failure. And the sooner you realize that, the better. I'm telling you. Listen, I was a failure too. At least I own my shit, and I've done better. But you can't even admit. Listen, you also, let me let it go. We almost done. Here we go.
It took us long because of ninjas in the community who don't have integrity. And
okay, see this? This is projecting. But see, he says ninjas. What he want to say is because of niggas in the community. That's what he want to say. Hit the one. That's what he want to say. Just go on and say it if that's what you want to say. You talking about yourself anyway, goofy. I've been trying to be serious this whole show, but I got to let loose a little bit. Shit, we almost done. We almost up out of here. Shout out to Kick Crush Chat. We got 927 likes. If we get to 1,000, listen, I'll take my shirt off. Okay, let's get back to it. We almost done. Here we go.
Work ethic.
Now, do you believe
work ethic? He's talking about himself. You're the laziest person I've seen. Real talk. He lazy.
Work ever finish what they got paid to do? Not one. So can't nobody say shit to me.
And what is this shit? You goofy.
About how long it took us to get this job done. It took us long because of ninjas in the community who don't have integrity and work ethic.
Okay, he's talking about himself. He ain't got no work ethic and no integrity. And by the way, Umar, listen, it's your fault. Now, did Umar answer the question? What's the 2026 update? He's so sassy. Look at him.
Now, do you believe?
He was like, because the ninjas. He was like, your room 130 ass, you need to cut it out. He was, yeah, I did that. He was feeling himself, wasn't he? He really was. Umar, wow, boy. He wow. Watch this.
One black contractor who we paid to do the work ever finished what they got paid to do? Not one. So can't nobody say shit to me about how long it took us to get this job done. It took us long because of ninjas in the community who don't have integrity and work ethic.
Watch this.
Now, do you believe you need any more?
All right, I'm being petty. Let's go.
Well, as I said, we finished because of ninjas in the community who don't have integrity and work ethic.
Oh, womp womp.
Now, do you believe you need any more help?
Well, as I said, we finished. The renovations are done. We got to dot a couple I's and cross a couple T's, and then we have to go for inspection with the city.
What does that mean? What do you mean you have to dot a couple I's and cross a couple of T's? I thought you said everything was done. See, here we go. That's Umar, his way out. Because he knows that renovations aren't done. See, if renovations were done, completely done, he would be up there bragging about it, right? Hit the one. That's what he would be doing. But that's not what he's doing because he knows it's not complete. He just lying like he lied in 2023 and said the renovations were complete. Umar, he a trip.
Wilmington, Delaware. We don't know what's going to happen with that because they never thought we would finish. Now that we're done, we now got to fight them. Because remember, they tried to sell the school behind our backs this past summer.
Here he go.
We had a vacant property registration fee bill that we should not have even owed because as a nonprofit, you're supposed to get a 4-year waiver. They didn't give it to us, right?
No.
I called them up.
No. Stop lying. I already covered this guy. I'm gonna let it go, though. This guy lies so much. You should have handled the business, homeboy. Handle the bit. Well, shout out to Kogo, too. Shit. Everybody else to the cooker said, I didn't get to give shout outs as much as I should have today because we had a fantastic show and a gang of people up in here. We still got 1,600. We might get to 1,000 likes. We just need 53 more. If we get to 50, listen, if we get to 1,000 likes, I'm gonna take my drawers off. I ain't gonna take my pants off, but I'll take my drawers off. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how I'm gonna get it done, but I'm gonna figure out a way. If we get to, let's go.
To see if we can come to some type of an agreement. If you're not going to give it to us, say that and let us pay.
Stop crying. Listen, you can't get no special dispensation to not pay bills, Umar. I don't understand this guy. Why does he think he's like, you got to pay bills?
The woman in the office told me she would call me back on 3 different occasions.
Here you go with his sassy ass. And she didn't call me back. Here he go. He thought he was in a relationship with that woman. But the point is he can't hold himself accountable. He has to blame everybody else all the time. I'm sorry, I just went too far.
Never called me back. I emailed on 3 or 4 other occasions. Never responded to my email. All of a sudden, I get a phone call, Dr. Umar, the struggle streamers on YouTube, talking about your school is about to be auctioned in 21 days. I said, this can't be true. I just checked the mail. We ain't got no mail saying they trying to sell our school. All our bills is paid up except that vacant property registration fee.
I can't believe this guy just said that. He's lying. Why would you lie like that, Umar? He says all of our bills are paid up. man, this guy. I can't believe this guy. Let's look at the receipt. I broke this story. This is what Umar's talking about right here. Here's a munition. If you look on here, if you look down towards where my name is at, that's my name, by the way. I'm LenonHonor. If y'all don't know, I don't really give a shit if you don't know, but if you know, now you know. If you look at the middle one, watermark, and you look right above it, it says years: taxes, water and sewer charges, December 19, 2016, blah, blah, blah. These are bills that are past due. Exterior improvement charges for 2021, vacant registration 2020 through 2025, civil penalty years 2020. And then look at the amount of the amount, and it's just one side of the street, the amount of judgment. Clearly, it says there, taxes, 0, water and sewer charges, $1,854.17. Exterior improvement charges, $156.60. Vacant registration fees, $15,500. Civil penalty charges, $300. And yet Umar's on here for a total there for this side of the street, a total of $17,810.77. The total for both sides of the streets was like $33,000, something to that effect, $33,000. Why is Umar saying and lying on this podcast saying that all the bills were paid? I'll play it again.
The bill that we should not have even owed, because as a nonprofit, you're supposed to get a 4-year waiver. They didn't give it to us, right? I called them up to see if we can come to some type of an agreement. If you're not going to give it to us,
pay the bill.
Say that and let us pay. The woman in the office told me she would call me back on 3 different occasions. Never called me back. I emailed on 3 or 4 other occasions. Never responded to my email. All of a sudden, I get a phone call, Dr. Umar, the struggle streamers on YouTube, talking about your school is about to be auctioned in 21 days. I said, this can't be true. I just checked the mail. We ain't got no mail saying they trying to sell our school. All our bills is paid up except that vacant property registration fee.
Okay, that's not true. There were other bills on there, and we're almost done. Hit the one. If y'all hit the one, I appreciate it. Well, I keep getting, see, we got that one app with the watch where the kids are at, and everybody, I guess they all went. My son, he got his newer car, I should say, and he be going all the time now. He be sitting, and the rest of the kids be going with him. I don't know what they doing. I'm surprised that none of them text. They be like, Dad, can you send me $50 on the cash? I said, for what? What in the world? Remember, we was kids. We didn't get no 50, but any of y'all, when we were kids, we get $50 from our, that's crazy. Now, some of y'all maybe, but for us, we get a nickel, we get a quarter. We were so happy. Y'all remember that? These kids talk about, can you cash at me $50? I said, what the Hey, when my daughters do it, I'll send it to them. I ain't gonna lie. Say, okay, baby, here you go, $55. Yo. Next time, make it 100. Yo. Anyway, I love my kids. Thank the Lord that we had the money to give to what they need. You know what I'm saying? Thank the Lord. God is good. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
So I called one of my supporters in Wilmington. I said, can you go past the school?
Yeah. Lunch money, back then, $5, like, 11th, 12th grade, you get $5 maybe. But $50? But I remember we was kids, 25 cents, 10 cents. We get something you get stuff back then for 25 cents and 10 cents, and now laters and the lemon heads, now laters and the big stick. Yeah. All right, let's go.
And see if there's another set of paperwork on the other door. Because remember, we own both schools, by the way, not 1, 2. We own 4 buildings. We own the block. Name somebody else in the Black conscious community who bought a whole block. Nobody.
Okay, listen, Umar, what's the update? The 2026 update. We're waiting.
I'm the only one. So anyway.
Oh shit. We get to 1,000. All right, hold on. I'm gonna keep my pants on though. I'm gonna keep my pants. Gotta lift that because this. All right. All right. I just pulled it out the drawer. I was, that's magic. Okay. There's no Diddy, but that's magic. You understand what I'm saying? I pulled it out of the Jordan right here, so I went under. That's why I leaned over. I want people to say he did not. I still got my pants on. Okay, look, no, I don't want nobody saying nothing. Let me show the pants. See that? The drawers ain't gonna have a pocket. Except when it's mom and daddy time. You know what I'm talking about? It's mom and daddy time. That's what I say. Say, baby, I need some mommy daddy time. She's like, oh well. She's like, oh. That's right. Thank the good Lord. All right. Shout out to the queen. All right, let's finish this up. Thank y'all for tuning on in. We got to 1,000 likes. What an awesome show. Much respect to the Cook Chef. We'll be back tomorrow with a shorter show for everyone. And then we'll have a special members-only live stream to cover the next segment of the documentary. Shout out to the Cook Chef.
The struggle streamer stole one set of paperwork. My supporter got the other set of paperwork.
No one stole anything. This guy.
She took a picture of it and sends it to me, right?
So if she took a picture and sent it to you, isn't that stealing too? Because this person took a picture and sent it to me, and you said that they stole it. Anyway.
If they would have took both paperwork, if the haters would have took both sets of paperwork, I would have never knew that our property was going up for sale because the city of Wilmington did not communicate that to us. They would have sold that school behind our backs and we would have never even known. So when I tell you getting ready for this inspection, we might have to get ready for war. We might have to get ready for war.
Okay, what's the update though, Umar? What the renovation? That's not an update to say that renovations are complete in 2026 because you said that in 2023. That's nothing new. What's the update? Again, we're done, but I just want to be clear. Yeah, he is. At this point, shout out to God's little princess. What's up, Maddie? At this point, he seemed like a chronic liar. You know what I'm saying? He's a chronic liar. He really is. He keeps going, and he has all of this stuff in his own mind. What's up? Shout out to Ad Avis. Ad Avis has been around for a long time too. Then if someone gets rich off of a Umar Netflix docuseries after he's finally arrested instead of you, I'm going to be this real talk. Yeah. The thing is that my goal is to participate in the process of bringing Umar Johnson to justice, and then to inform people and give them the mental tools, if you will, needed to be able to have discernment about charlatans like Umar. And if at some point Netflix does a special on him after he's arrested, because that's usually when it happens, after the person gets hemmed up, that's when everyone starts taking an interest. It was profitable for him. I wouldn't have any issue with it whatsoever. I've been really blessed. I'm a blessed man. You all have blessed me. The support that I get here on YouTube is outstanding. So I have no complaints. I'm just thankful. I'm thankful that we're able to get together and have a good time. The numbers are awesome. The support is here. The Cook Crush Chat's undefeated. I stayed out of there today for the most part. I said we'll have a serious show and get through this. And so the thing is that if it ever went mainstream like that, it would be a wrap for Umar, because enough attention and the right type of attention would be placed on Umar, and there would be no way that he would be able to finagle his way out of this scamming and all of this lying. He lies so much, it's incredible. And he just repeats these lies over, and it's sad because he has followers who actually believe this foolishness. Listen, Umar lied about renovations being complete. He's lied about how much money he's raised. The number has gone down. Like I said before, in 2000, this will be the last point. On May 16th of 2016, he said that he had raised $700,000 in about 2 years, and that by the end of the summer he would have $1 million. And then at the end of 2016, he stated that he was around. He had almost $1 million, right? But then in 2020, he tells people that he has $850,000. How do you go from around $1 million in 2016 all the way down to $850,000 in 2020? 4 years later, and the number goes down. At this point, I don't know what else. He lies all the time. He lied about his daughter. He lies about his baby mamas, about their grandma, the baby, his daughter's mama, grandmamas. What kind of man does that? Why would you lie on the grandmamas and lie on your own children? You abandoned me. That's what he was saying. He lied about Lene, talking about she stole his bank account or some shit that she hacked his account and I hacked his account. He lied about me all the time. I don't even get at this point. It's like whatever. He lies. He's a pathological liar, and yet his followers still believe in the full. Listen, a person only has to lie to me 2 times. That's it. I may give him a third chance, but after that, I'm done. 1 time is enough for me because that shows character. It proves integrity, a lack thereof, and Umar has none. And he will lie and cheat and steal. He stole $6,000 out of this lady's bank account that she thought she was in a relationship with him. And I think she had 3 kids, something like that. What kind of man does some shit like that? That's horrible. Not to mention, he'll kick out the young lady and put her out at 4 a.m. in the morning after he done ran through her. That means had sex with her. And physically manhandle her, pick her up and throw her up out of there. But then he has a metrosexual man come to his hotel room after 2 a.m. to wash his hair and to scrub his hair. Scrub daddy. Room 130. And then this metrosexual male stays the night with Umar. Why would you have a man come do your what the fuck anyway? What you got somebody? Why would you have a male do wash your hair after 2 a.m. anyway? What in the P Diddy is going on here? Now, if it's your boyfriend, I guess. Shout out to the LGBT. The lesbian. I love the lesbians. I love me some lesbians, boy. Lesbians, they be looking good. I ain't gonna lie about it. You know what I'm saying? You might be lesbian, but that don't mean I can't take a peek. You know what I mean, Queen? And no disrespect to the gay brothers. Listen, I don't like you. You're still home. You're still the homies. The point is, if you gay, I can see that. But if you heterosexual, no, that don't happen. Any man up in here, you heterosexual, you ain't gonna have no man washing your hair anyway. But they're coming to your old hotel room all in the nighttime to wash and scrub your hair after 2 a.m. and then stay the night. No, that's not happening. None of that's happening, period. But he stayed the night with Umar. And then Umar, in the morning time, he blurts out, yeah, it got late. And he stayed the night, but he slept on the couch. Well, Marianne Lauren already exposed that there was no couch. That dude slept in the bed with Umar. That's the real. He lies about everything. And listen, real talk, if that's what you into, listen, oh well, so what? I don't really give a shit. I told all my kids, I said, listen, if you happen to be gay, I'm still love you. If you happen to be a lesbian, I'ma still love you. If you happen to be bi, because it's 2025, I'ma still love you. Don't make me no damn difference. But you shouldn't be lying about it. Umar, you shouldn't be lying about it. Why you gotta lie about everything? FDMG, your mama situation, I take care of my mama. No, you don't. You said, Lene, that she had a fish tank, but we have audio of you after y'all was intimate, and you talking about how she had, I can't remember what he said, outstanding head or some shit like that. Whatever we almost done. Whatever he said. What did he say about the? Because I was like, I thought he said hair, but no, he said head. And Lene confirmed that. So listen, if she was all that and she had a fish tank, why would you tell her that she the crazy head? That's what he said. Well, why would you say that? She didn't have no fish tank. Umar, stop lying. He was like, yeah, girl, you just with the sexy this and this and the crazy head. Okay, that's because you wanted some more. Okay, man, we know what it is. Stop playing. Man, we know. Listen, he was basically he was dry begging. That's all. And then we know what that we got to do that. Hit the one, man. You know what I'm talking about? You got to beg. And sometimes you have to beg a little. Sometimes you got to beg medium. And then most of the time you got to beg a lot. Okay? Is it fair? No, but you got to do what you got to do. So Umar, stop lying on everybody, including yourself and your sexuality. Okay? It's all right, bro. You still a scammer. You the one who said that you was talking about the man jaw. That's what he said. He told that to Lene. And I believe it, especially after the room 130. And we done. But Umar told that they're in the act, okay? They doing adults, okay, doing what they was doing. And Umar blurts out with his I don't know what's wrong with the guy. And he says that the man's jaws is stronger than the woman's jaws. First of all, how would you know that? Number one. What kind of man? Listen, how would you know that? Heterosexual? Critical question. We almost done. I know we done got a little both off. How would you know that? But secondarily, and more importantly, in my opinion, if you know that because of activity, room 130, activities that you've been involved in, room 130, and things that you done did or been done to you, room 130, why would you verbalize that to a woman while you're being intimate? The point that I'm getting at in a roundabout way is that Umar, he lies about everything, and you don't got to lie to kick it, homie. You ain't got to lie to kick it. And we done. Here we go with the last few seconds of this. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat.
They would have sold that school behind our backs, and we would have never even known. So when I tell you getting ready for this inspection, we might have to get ready for war. We might have to get ready for war.
Well, I hope that completes itself how it should, for sure.
It should. Either way, it don't matter. Yeah. My ancestor Frederick Douglass told us more than 100 years ago, no struggle, no progress. If they want a war, we give them one. If I got to bring 3 million black people to Wilmington, Delaware and march on the city, that's exactly what we do. If I got to take them to court and sue them for $5-10 million for constantly discriminating against us, that's what we'll do. Whatever it takes. I'm built for it. I hope they are.
So what's the update? And the truth is there is no update. What we see here is Umar lying, pathological liar, also making excuses over and over again, and also blaming everyone else. See, the common denominator to close out, Umar, the common denominator in all of this is you. You're the common denominator. And instead of holding yourself accountable like a man should do, and instead of looking at the situation and saying, I'm at fault, what do? You blame everyone else. You deflect. You blame everyone else. You come up with all types of excuses. And then on top of that, you lie incessantly. Why can't you just admit that you're a fucking failure? There is great liberation that takes place when you admit that you're a fucking failure. And it doesn't mean that you're a failure at everything. But whatever it is that you're failing at in life, it's liberating and it's uplifting to say, listen, I am a fucking failure. Because what that does is it puts you in position to deal with the reality of the situation and then come up with a solution and then actualize that solution over time. That's liberation. You can do whatever the fuck you want to at that point, moving in the right direction. But Umar, you're bogged down on this because that narcissism makes it necessary in your own mind to always blame other people because you believe you're so great and you never hold yourself accountable. But guess what? You're a slave to that shit. And that's why your life continues to deteriorate as it has. And that's why your life will continue to deteriorate as it will, because you never hold yourself accountable as a man. And if you did that, homeboy, you would be liberated to become a greater man. I'm still in my process, but I admitted that I was a fucking failure. I own my shit. So I'm speaking from personal experience. Umar, it's on you, homeboy. Okay, it's on you. We're gonna leave it right there. Thank you, everyone, again for tuning on. We had over 1,000 likes. Gang of people tuned in. Let me do these super chats real quick. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. There's maybe about 6 on here that I haven't got to. So let me do those real quick, and then we're gonna be up out of here. Let's see. Angie became a member. I think I got that one earlier. I got this one as well. I got this one. Heartbreak from the I hit the one. Dominique says he never went back to the gym after the vanity. Yeah, we talked about that one earlier. Thank you so much, Dominique. Simply Complicated, thank you so much as well. I got this one. Okay, I got the Cabbage Patch Kid. Thank you, Miranda. And thank you, Patrick, for this as well. Yeah, I said clock it. Yeah, that's what the young people be saying that. Thanks to TJ. Smart Barbie says, kudos to the kids teaching you young lingo, Lenon. yeah, some of the stuff they be saying, though, I'll be like, y'all need to cut it out. One time they was talking about hot tour. I said, what are you talking about? I said, what does that mean? I found out what it meant. I said, you guys don't say that. At least don't say it in my. If y'all want to talk in private or with your friends, that's your business. But don't say that shit in front of me. They was laughing at me. Thanks, Smart Barbie, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Andrea says, Umar is watching. Stop lying. Exactly. I wish he would. Just stop lying and own up to it. And just, come to the people contrite and just tell the truth. It's okay to fail. See, what's not okay is when you fail and you keep failing because you're unwilling to admit that you failed and you want to blame everybody else. That's not okay, Umar. We've all failed. We've all fallen short. Okay, I listen. Trust me, I know. Out of all people, I know. But nothing's going to change until you tell the truth. Okay, this FDMG situation, it's a scam, and you know that it's a scam. Thank you, Andrea, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Giannis, how's it going? Giannis says Umar's days are numbered. That's I don't think this is going to go past another year in. I give it. I think I said a year, and it'll be a year in 2 weeks. I don't think it's going to go past that. I just don't see how it will. And Umar, he's getting old too. 51. He's going to be 70. Talking about he's going to open up a school. Thanks, Giannis, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Maddie says, Lenon, find the video where he told a sister he had lunch with that the accountant scammed him. Yeah, that was another excuse that Umar Johnson came up with. I know which video you're talking about, but we're not going to get to it today, but I'll pull it up tomorrow. So this is the sister that had lunch with Umar. And he comes up with this whole lie about the accountant. And again, this ties to the money aspects that we were talking about earlier. And I just want to reiterate that I can prove without a shadow of a doubt that Umar has raised, this is a bare minimum. I can prove this in court. Bare minimum of $1,923,499. I can prove it. Okay, but when he comes up with these stories about the accountant and they stole the money, this is just Umar finding excuses as to why there's so much money that's missing. Okay, I don't mean to belabor this. Thanks, Maddie, for the super chat. And I wrote that down. We'll get to that one tomorrow. I'll pull it up. And someone remind me if you guys don't mind tomorrow, but I have it written down right here just in case. One last thing I want to say on this though is that this is again the bare minimum $1,923,499. Even if we took out the purchase price, the alleged purchase price of around $700,000, that would be $1.2 million left. And then if we take all of the stuff that Umar claimed that he spent money on, there still would be around probably about $600, maybe $700,000 that's just missing. And we're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, or 2025. He's a con man. Okay. So this whole accountant story that he told that lady, that's just Umar coming up with more excuses as to why, stuff hasn't progressed, and he wants to understate how much money he's raised. Let me tell you all one other thing too. That 700,000 figure, do I believe that it was around that amount? I actually don't believe that. I think it was much less than that. But Umar wants to say that it was more so that he can justify why he don't have no money. See how I'm always fair? I don't believe Umar when he says 700,000. I think it's closer to 400,000. But because Umar stated 700,000, that's what I'm going to go with the documentary. And the truth is that on one hand, by him saying 700,000, he can justify where at least another $300,000 went to. He still doesn't justify everything else. That's just all the other money that's disappeared. But then on the other hand, by him saying 700,000, this is how my mind works. On the other hand, while he says 700,000, what he's doing is he's increasing the amount of money that he's raised. If we can prove based upon his own words, his IRS filings from 2020 through 2024, but doesn't include donation money that, again, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 2025. Right? Okay, thanks, Maddie, for the super chat. Heartbreaker from the Bronx says, my late mother, who was a retired teacher with 3 master's degrees, that's awesome, taught me to be a true humanitarian and being mindful. While Umar here is willing and dealing and stealing from his supporters, make it make sense. Yeah, the thing, well, there's 2 things here that come to mind. Number one, Umar is not a humanitarian. There's nothing, Umar is a pariah. He's a sociopath, borderline psychopath, in my opinion. For sure, narcissistic personality disorder. I can state that. I already know that, right? But in terms of Umar caring about other people or wanting to help people, that's not what he's interested in. Money, sex, and drugs. And then adoration. He wants people to admire him because that's the narcissism. It feeds his ego. But he sees everyone not as human beings, because in order to be a humanitarian, you got to see people as human beings in the first place, right? He doesn't see people as human beings. He sees people as humans, as resources. They're a supply. They call it narcissistic supply. That's what he sees. So when he sees people, he's targeting different people because he wants to see what he can get out of them, not because they're a human being, but because he sees them as a resource. So that's one thing. On one hand, it said Umar, there's nothing humanitarian about him, and he doesn't care for other people. Doesn't even care about his own children. Clearly he doesn't care about his donors. He doesn't care about his supporters either, like Mary Ann. Also, shout out to Sister Mary Ann. Also, Lene, who comes out to take care of his mother. And then he goes on this rant talking about fish tank. That's not humanitarian. That's a disgrace. He's a disgrace. So that's one part about it is that he doesn't have that in him. It's a personality disorder. He just doesn't see human beings as being worthy of human decency and respect. So he doesn't give that. But the other thing is that Umar, ethically and even morally, we can say, he's bankrupt. So the idea of someone being mindful, thinking about others, even thinking about how they're presenting to the rest of the world, it doesn't equate to Umar's mentality as someone who's not only a sociopath, borderline psychopath with narcissistic personality traits, but also someone who is morally and ethically bankrupt. See, if you had more morals and if you had ethics, you wouldn't be participating in the types of things that Umar Johnson participates in, including this school scam that's been ongoing that he conceptualized in 2004. You wouldn't take millions of dollars from Black people with nothing to show for it. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't chastise your donors and call them trifling ass Black people. You wouldn't do that. See, he has no grace. He has no respect. He has no appreciation. That's the big thing. Over the last couple of years, is just having a spirit of appreciation wherever you're at. Be appreciative. Where you may not be where you would like to be, which is my situation, but I'm in a much better situation today than I was 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. So be appreciative of that. Yeah, I wish there was more that I can say, but I have to be careful what I say online because of stuff that I've had to deal with in the past. And one day I'll maybe one day, okay. But the point is that Umar, the lack of ethics and moral, that's for Umar, that's why he's willing and dealing and stealing from his supporters. There's millions of dollars, in my opinion, okay, millions of dollars missing at this point. Again, the figure has to be closer to $3 million. Based on my best estimate, it has to be around $3 million. You add up all the stuff he spent money on, I mean, it could be closer to $2 million that's just missing. But let's give Umar the benefit of the doubt, $1.5 million as a minimum. See, but that's because he's not a humanitarian. He doesn't have ethics or morals, and he just looks at Black people as a resource. He doesn't establish relationships. He burns bridges. Okay? He's never talked about being in a long-standing relationship with a woman. That's crazy. His nephew said that he never saw Umar with the woman, room 130. Not that that should matter, but I'm just saying that Umar, he lies about everything. If you're a humanitarian, there's no need to lie. You know, if you're mindful and respectful of other people and you care about other people, there's no need to lie. Tell the truth. See, real quick, I've been watching this lady, this video. She's a hospice nurse. I don't even know how I found her YouTube page, but it's popping up now because I'll be watching the videos. And she talks about the death process. That dying, there's a process to that, and that the body knows exactly what to do when it's time for you to die. And I'm talking about like in a hospital situation, you get older and you're not because of an accident or something like that. And it's remarkable the stories that she tells. And one thing that she has learned from dealing in this field and dealing with death and dealing with parents lost children lost parents, and all this type of stuff and everything that goes into that is that ultimately you have to tell the truth. That is part of what life is about, is to tell the truth. But see, Umar, in order to do that, you have to have ethics and morals and be taught that you should tell the truth, right? Umar doesn't have that. So there's two things. He's a sociopath, borderline psychopath. He doesn't care about other people, so there's no humanitarianism in him. But the other thing is that he doesn't have the mental state wherein he or the ethics or the morals needed in order to treat people with levels of respect and to tell the truth. That's why he's always lying, and he does it incessantly. Okay. Anyway, I apologize for going off on this. All right. Thank you, Heartbreaker from the Bronx. The Smart Barbie says renovations are done. This guy has literally ran out of excuses. He's recycling lies. Yeah. He said renovations were done in 2023. Clearly, they weren't done in 2023. I provided evidence of that. And then now here we are in 2026, and he's saying again that renovations are done and that they were just done this past Friday. He's a pathological liar. That's my mama. She's been sending me baby pictures. One of my nieces. Okay. And this is a video. Yeah, he recycles lies, and he also forgets about the lies that he's told. That's why I'm really big on holding him accountable, because I have all the receipts and I have it documented, archived. And I'm also fair. I'm not lying on the guy or spinning false narratives. Okay, it's not necessary. Thank you, Smart Barbie, for the super chat. Live EP says those wall colors are so distracting. Yeah, we've talked about that. Again, Umar's working backwards. The color scheme initially was perfectly fine. The color scheme that he has, whether that's in the small gym or inside of these the smaller building, it's atrocious, right? One room he has painted all red. Why would you put a child in that? One all black. Why would you put a child in that? One he has like lime green, chroma key green. What's going on here? Yeah, I think that even the paint scheme is reflective of Umar's mind. It's just disjointed and all over the place. Okay? Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I got to do these real quick because we got to be up out of here. How's it going, Pierre? Pierre says Tyler Perry Zombie Film Fest. yeah, that's what they need to do up there. The bad videos. Thank you for the super chat. U225 says you heard Umar Johnson sent Mary Ann an apology email. Yeah. She had sent me a message and told me about that. We've been responding back and forth over the last couple of days too. By the way, shout out to Sister Mary Ann Lauren. And well, I'm not going to tell you what I told her. I'll leave it right there. But I know how Umar, how he operates and what he's attempting to do. Okay, I know exactly what he's attempting to do. Thank you, User 225. U225 says Umar Johnson at a Diddy party. How long till his jaws? all right, here we go. Thank you, U225. Simply Complicated gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's see. M4 Arco became a member. Thank you so much. We're almost done. Thank you. Again, we'll be getting together tomorrow. We'll do a live stream. I have a special video that I'm going to be putting together. It's not done yet, but I'll have it done completely by the time we live stream tomorrow for everyone. But then right after that, we're going to do a live stream for members only. I'll be premiering the next segment of the documentary. It's about 44 minutes long. Crazy, right? And that's just a segment. All right. This documentary is probably going to be about 12 hours long altogether. Fresh Face says Umar got beef with the Ghanaians now. You know anything about that? I've heard some rumblings about that. I don't want to speak too much about it because I'm not connected with the community over there in Ghana, but there have been people from Ghana who they've expressed some disdain for Umar. But see, I think a lot of people in different places, they don't know about Umar, right? They don't know enough about Umar. But if he spends enough time in any city or in any state or in any country for that matter and deal with people long enough, they'll realize very quickly, because wherever he goes, he creates chaos. Wherever he goes, everything just falls apart. But that's because he's an extremely toxic person, and there's no humanitarianism in him. Furthermore, he doesn't have morals or ethics. He looks at everyone as a resource, including y'all people over there in Africa. Don't think that you're exempt from this. Don't think that because you're over there in Africa and he talks, he has all these high regards about African stuff, that he ain't gonna come over there and get and figure out ways to scam you out of your money and get over there and run through your women too. Don't be so arrogant to think that he wouldn't do that to y'all. Okay, but if you deal with him long enough, you all gonna see. Real talk. Y'all gonna find out. Thanks, Fresh Face. Just like over there in Europe, a lot of people don't. Okay, I'll let it go. M4 a gifted 5 membership. Thank you so much. Y'all so nice today. I appreciate that. Rosetta gifted a membership as well. Someone said that it automatically does it. I don't know, but if you did it, thank you so much. Okay. Again, one big point from takeaways from today. In 2016, Umar said he had raised $700,000, and then by the end of the year, he was at $1 million. He would be at $1 million, but then 2020, 4 years later, drops down to $850,000. He's a con man. A lady says black contractor Don sued and didn't get paid. Yeah, but Don wasn't a contractor though. That's what I'm saying. Umar, when he says a contractor, that's supposed to be a professional. He just throws those terms out because he doesn't want to say, listen, I got the homie from around the way or Pookie from down the street or right. He don't want to say that. See, a lot of the problems that he's dealing with these trap vandals is the result of him making poor decisions and him trying to skim on the money. He'll instead of getting a true professional that's going to come in there licensed and bonded, and you have to sign contracts and you got to put up some money up front in some cases, right? You got to put it in deposit in some cases. Umar would much rather say, hey, listen, I'll hit you up with $20, $30. You can come through and you can just fix this right here. And he's been doing this now for almost 7 years, right? All right. Thank you, a lady, for the super chat. AAL is for Aliyah says the face he made was so smug and disgusting. Well, I think this is from earlier. Yeah, this is from earlier. Thank you so much. I wish I would have caught this one earlier. Yeah, this is from like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, Umar, he's like that though. You'll see him, especially when he talks about his donors or when he's lying on someone. You see the smug expression on his face. I think that's part of the narcissism. Umar, he actually believes that he's the Black Christ, he's the Black Messiah. He's made statements like this, and I think a part of that is he feels like he's untouchable. But Polite felt the same way. He in prison now. Yeah. Nature Boy felt the same way. He's in prison for life now. So Umar, don't think that somehow you're exempt because karma is undefeated, like the Cookie Crush chat. All right, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Magic Mike, Lenon. Magic Mike. All right, TJ. Thank you. Drew says, excuse. Where's the school? Yeah, and he didn't give no update either, too. There was no 2026 update whatsoever. Thank you, Dreezy Drummer. Latoya says he looked like a Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z. I don't even know who that is. My son used to watch that show. I just don't get the whole oh my God, he's pink though. Real chubby. All right, we'll leave it right there. His name is Majin Buu. A character in Dragon Ball Z possesses multiple forms. These include Kid Buu, the original pure form, and Super Buu with variations. What in the world is this? Boy, it's too much for me. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Latoya. Lady says, remember he had an official lady co-chair once? I don't remember that. He had an official lady co-chair once. I don't remember that, a lady. You remember who this woman was? Yeah, I don't remember this. Is this something that he said, but he never showed? Yeah, I listen. And every time, whenever someone brings up something, I'll say, yeah, I remember that. But this right here, anybody remember this? I don't remember this at all. It sounds crazy. I mean, I take your word for it because Umar done said all kind of crazy stuff over the years, but I don't remember this one. Yeah, official lady co-chair. Yeah, that sounds wild. Thank you, lady. And then AA is for Elias, says real alpha males bond with true metrosexual alpha males in the ceremony known as hair sponging. It's how real males bond and form camaraderie. If you say so. All right. Now, and I know you're joking, but in real life, having another man wash your hair, it's extremely taboo if you're heterosexual. Okay, and I should say if you're a black male, because I don't know another, but I would think in other cultures too, but for black, that's taboo. But the notion that this is done after 2 a.m. in a hotel motel room, and then the person who washes and scrubs your hair stays the night and sleeps in the bed because there was no couch. That's not alpha male, what Umar would call alpha male. That's not. That's listen, it is what it is. And Umar, it's okay. Because I'm not here to shame anybody for their sexual orientation. Real talk, that's your business, it's not mine. Okay, real talk. And I'm accepting of people. I haven't always been like that, especially when I got into the conspiracy theory paradigm, because there was a lot of stuff in the conspiracy theory paradigm about, all kind of crazy shit. And I bought into it. Okay. But I've matured over the decades, and listen, whatever it is, whatever you got going on, listen, as long as you ain't hurting nobody, do what you do. Just don't tell me about the shit, unless you're lesbian. If you want to confide in me on that's fine. I'll listen. I ain't gonna say nothing, but I will listen for detail. No, I'm just playing. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Right. Derek says he slept on who, Quiet Storm on the radio. Yeah, they had on some Sade. He's a smooth operator. Well, I love me some Sade, boy. Fine too. Thank you, Derek. Young people don't know nothing about no Sade. Shay says, what would be Lennon's Magic Mike stage name? Hit the one, homie. How about that? I don't know. Thanks, Shay, for the super chat. Shout out to everyone inside the Cookie Ranch. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Queendom became a member, has been a member for 2 months, sent in a super sticker, I believe. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for tuning on in. We had over 1,000 lives. We had a fantastic show. Again, tomorrow we'll come back. We'll do a shorter show. I have a special video production that I have for you dealing with these figures right here. And I'm going to give a full breakdown with all of the evidence provided. And then after that, we'll have a live stream for members only, where we'll be getting into the next segment of the documentary, The Rough Draft. It's about 44 minutes long. And that'll be what's on the schedule for tomorrow. Thank you guys, everyone, so much for tuning on in. Thanks to the mods for handling the business during this. Shout out to East B, God's Little Princess. Hey, Kiara, how are you doing? Everybody else inside the Cookie Fresh chat, I appreciate y'all taking the time to hang out. And we'll be back again tomorrow. Also, thanks to everyone who sent their super chats. Thank you guys so much. I do not take it for granted, and I appreciate the support. Okay. All right. And as we always do, family, shout out to Kogo. Where's the audio? Oh, I know why.
Rap people, great work today.
Thanks, Derek.
Lights are rolling on a movie set today. Action cutting down and packing things away. Into the red roof in room 130. Homie gonna sponge my hair real nice and make me look real pretty. Rose over hoes, ask how we roll. Turning down the heat, you know where we meet. At the red roof in room 130. My guy gonna do my hair and make me look real pretty. Ain't no couch where he can sleep, but the bed real sturdy. So come and stay the night. they clearly fit the silver screen. Director yells, but as we end another scene. Red roof nights with me and the homie B. Sponge my hair all night. Probably won't get no sleep. Bros over who's, that's how we roll. Turning down the heat, you know where we meet. At the Red Roof in room 130. My guy gonna do my hair and make me look real pretty. Ain't no couch where he can sleep, but the bed real sturdy. So come and stay the night in room 130. At the Red Roof in room 130. My guy gonna do my hair and make me look real pretty. Ain't no couch where he can sleep, but the bed real sturdy. So come and stay the night in room 130.
Oh no. Shout out to Marianne. Shout out to Google, Good Press, Cats, Undefeated. Real Pony. Shout out to Togo. Okay, thank you guys again. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Okay, I appreciate y'all, and I'll talk with y'all soon. Love y'all. Peace.